I think we need to start.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke sekuyisikhathi ukuthi singaqala.
The hall is almost full. I thought we can wait a bit, but I think it's unfair for some of you who came earlier.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke le holo ligcwele. Kodwa ke sesizwela laba abafike eqala ukuthi bangahlali isikhathi eside.
Yeah, those who will come late, they will find us proceeding.
Labo ke basesendleleni bayosithola ngendlela.
Can I just check, do you all have the pink documents with you?
Ngabe nonke ninawo yini lamaphepha a pink?
Just wave, I'll see it.
Anike nithi nje kwanyakazisa.
It includes also the color-coded pamphlet. You have them, ne?
Ngiyakholwa ke ukuthi nonke ninawo.
Yeah. Okay. I see you don't have the agenda with yourselves.
Ngiyabona ke ukuthi uhlelo esizolilandela iagenda aninayo.
Then let me quickly share with you how our agenda look like.
Awuthi ke ngabelane nani ukuthi uhlelo esizolilandela lumi kanjani.
We are going to have an opening by Councillor Spesihle Mkhwanazi.
Ozosivulela ke uKhansela Spesihle Mkhwanazi.
It is welcome, not opening. Welcome by Councillor Spesihle on behalf of the mayor. They are having an EXCO meeting, so the executive mayor has sent a delegate to welcome us.
Hlonishwa ke uSpesihle uyena ke ozosamukela futhi.
Then from
emele ke usodolopha ozobe asabambeke komunye umhlangano.
and then we'll share with you the overview of the bill we are here for.
Sizobeke bese sixoxisana ke noma simtshele nje kafuphi ukuthi lo mthetho sivivinyo size ngawo la uthini.
We'll also share with you the purpose of this public hearing.
Bese ke sintshela futhi nenjongo noma nenhloso yokuthi sizokhulumisana nani njengomphakathi.
And then we'll also share with you the procedure to be followed.
Bese sabelana nani futhi nendlela ke ezolandelwa uma senza lo msebenzi.
And then we'll hear you. The most critical part, we are here to hear you.
Okubaluleke kakhulu ke ukuthi sizwe nina ukuthi nithini ngalomthetho sivivinyo.
And then we'll close and share with you the way forward.
Bese ke egcineni siyavala sintshela ke ukuthi kusukela la sizoqhubeka kanjani ukuya phambili.
After we've officially opened this session with the National Anthem, I will introduce the colleagues who are here with me.
Ngemuva kokuba ke sesivule lo mhlangano ngeculo lesizwe ngizobeke bese ngethula abalingani bami enginabo la ngaphambili.
Then I just want to appreciate you for setting aside time to be here with us.
Bese ke ngiyanibonga ngokuthi nina nithatha isikhathi senu neza la ukuze nizoba nathi.
We know you are having other pressing issues to attend to, but you then prioritize this gathering.
Siyazi ukuthi zikhona ezinye izinto ezibalekile benifuna ukuzenza kodwa nina khetha noma naqoka ukuthi cha awuthi siye kulomhlangano sizwe ukuthi basiphatheleni.
This is one thing we don't take for granted, and we want to appreciate you for that.
Loku ke enikwenzile akuyona nje into esiyithathela phansi kodwa ke sifuna ukunibonga kakhulu.
Having said that, can we all rise and then open this session with the National Anthem?
Asukumeni ke sivule ngeculo lesizwe.
Chama sa Jesus,
you so much. You may be seated.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu ningahlala phansi.
Can I then hand over to Councillor Spesihle Konazi to render a welcome address?
Anginikeze ke umhlonishwa ukhansela uSpesihle Mkhwanazi ukuthi ke asivulele.
A very good morning.
Ngiyanibingelela.
I'm Councillor S.H. Mkhwanazi.
Ngingukhansela ka uSH Mkhwanazi.
I'm representing on the behalf of the Mayor, Mr. X Ngwezi, and the Speaker, T.S. Gumede.
Ngimele ke usodolopha wamnumzane uNgwezi kanye ke nosomlomo lo amshilo.
They couldn't make it here because right now they are having an ESCO meeting as we speak, and we are going to have a council meeting at 12 o'clock.
Abakazanga ke ukuthi babe lapha ngenxa yokuthi ke kusizobe sinomhlangano weExco manje ke nathi kuzofanele siye lapho.
As they are not here, but their hearts are with the people because they always put the people before everything.
Njengoba ke bangekho labo inhliziyo zabo zilapha ngenxa yokuthi ke nabo bayazi ukuthi abantu babalulekile kubo.
I'd like to welcome our guests from the parliament. You are all welcome.
Ngithanda ke ukwamukela zonke ivakashi zethu ezivela eParliamente nonke namukelekile.
You are all welcome at the city of Mhlathuze anytime. If the parliament wish to come to Mhlathuze, you are more than welcome to the city of Mhlathuze.
Namukelekile ke kule dolobha laseMhlathuze noma kunini uma nifuna ukuza la nazi nje ukuthi namukelekile.
I think today will be fruitful for the people, for them to see the parliament in front of them, not always seeing it on the television, but seeing that you are here and you are here to listen to everyone who's here. It's more than welcome to us as leaders of the city of Mhlathuze.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke abantu balapha eMhlathuze namhlanje bayajabula ukubona iParliament lila. Kungabe ukuthi njalo iParliament balibona kumabona kude. Manje ke ngiyacabanga ukuthi ke iParliament lizosebenzisana nani nani nithola ithuba lokuthi niveze uvo lwenu kulo iParliament.
I thank you.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you so much, Councillor Konazi,
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Councillor Mkhwanazi
for the warm welcome.
ngendlela ke enhle osimukele ngayo futhi efudumele.
Yeah, we do feel at home indeed,
Ngempela sizizwa sisekhaya.
especially the extension for us to come more often. We appreciate that.
Futhi ke nokuthi usenze sizizwe sisekhaya lokho kuyasijabulisa kakhulu.
I hope you are doing well in your waste removal and the rest.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi kulomnyango osebenza kuwo nisebenza kahle.
Thank you so much. It's much appreciated.
Siyabonga kakhulu, siyakujabulela futhi lokho.
Then I need to introduce the colleagues that are here.
Ngifuna ke ukuthi nginethulele abalingani bami abalapha.
And then I'll start from my right hand side today.
Ngizoqala ke esandleni sami sokudla namhlanje.
Then I want to introduce Honorable Mudise.
Ngithanda ke ukwethula umhlonishwa uModise.
Honorable Mudise is the whip of this committee, also coming from the ANC.
Umhlonishwa ke uModise usositswebhu wale committee futhi uyilunga le ANC.
Can you just wave and greet?
Tinje unyakazisa isandla kancane.
And then next to him
Eceleni kwakhe
is Honorable Singh.
umhlonishwa uSingh
He's a member of this portfolio committee,
uyilunga naye la le committee laseParliament.
and then coming from the IFP.
Yena ke uvela ku IFP.
And then Next to Honorable Singh, we do have Honorable Gancho,
Eceleni ke kwamhlonishwa uSingh sinomhlonishwa uGanjo.
and then Honorable Gancho comes from the African National Congress.
Umhlonishwa ke uGanjo ke uyilunga leANC.
And then here next to me,
Eceleni kwami
I have Honorable Mbata,
nginomhlonishwa uMbatha.
like Honorable Singh, she comes from this province.
Yena ke
originally.
njengomhlonishwa uSingh uvela kuso lesifundazwe.
And then she's from the African National Congress.
Yena ke uyilunga leqembu likaKhongolose.
And then I have to introduce to you Honorable Cheryl Phillips.
Kumele ke ngikwethule umhlonishwa Sharon Phillips.
Yeah, she's also a member of this committee.
Naye uyilunga lale committee.
And then she's from the Democratic Alliance.
Uvela ke eqenjini le Democratic Alliance.
So we are a multi-party committee.
Siyiqembu ke lezepolitiki elixubile.
And then my name is Faith Mutambi.
Elami ke igama nginguFaith Mutambi.
So I'm the chairperson of these dynamic men and women.
Mina ke imi umholi wala bantu besilisa nabesifazane ke engibaholayo.
Okay. So that's who we are.
Yithi ke labo.
We are here, we are the members of the Portfolio Committee on Environment, Fisheries and Forestry.
Ngiyezwa ukuthi thina si committee le elibukene ke noma elibukene nokushiswa kwamahlathi kanye nezokudoba.
And then I want to commence by offering a hearty gratitude to you, Councillor Mkwanazi,
Ngifuna ngokuqala ngokubonga wena mhlonishwa uMkhwanazi,
and especially you, the people of Umhlatuze,
ikakhulukazi ke nina abantu bala eMhlathuze
who are gathered here to make your oral and written submissions.
enize lapha ke ukuthi nizokwenza izethulo zenu ngomlomo noma ezingezazo nizozibhala phansi
At this public hearing on the National Veld and Forest Fire Amendment Bill.
kulomhlangano ke walomthetho sivinyo omayelana ke nokushiswa
I'm sorry, I did make a mistake. I need to introduce Honorable Les Govender. He's a member of the provincial legislature. He's in our midst. Can you just wave to?
ngiyaxolisa ke ngokuthi ngamthuli umhlonishwa lo.
We are truly humbled, colleague, for you to come here to support us. You are
Siyabonga
welcome.
ke ngokuthi uze la umhlonishwa uzosisekela.
And then we want to thank you, the Council of Umhlatuze, for the invaluable support that your offices had offered to our advanced team.
Sicela ke ukubonga ukhansela walapha eMhlathuze ngosizo abalinikeze iqembu lethu.
Especially your officials that then assisted in making this hearing a reality.
Ikakhulukazi ke abasebenzi bakho laba ke abasilekelele ukuze ke lo mhlangano ugcine uyimpumelelo.
Can you convey our heartfelt appreciations to the executive mayor?
Siyocela ke uphinde uzidlulisele nokubonga okukhulu kumeya.
We are saying thank you so much.
Sithi nje siyabonga kakhulu.
And then, as I've indicated, we are your public representatives in parliament.
Njengoba ke bese ngike ngaveza thina singabantu abamele nina lapha eParliament.
And then we are tasked with the responsibility of lawmaking.
Sinikezwe umsebenzi wokwakha imithetho.
Amongst others, our constitution and other applicable laws of the country.
Phakathi ke kwezinye izinto umthetho sisekelo wezwe lethu kanye ke neminye imithetho osebenzisana nayo.
They require us that when we make laws in parliament,
Kuyaye ke kudinga ukuthi umthetho sisekelo udinga ukuthi uma senza imithetho lapha eParliament
we must consult and seek your views.
kufanele ke size sizokhulumisana nani sizwe imbono yenu
You, the people on it.
nina njengabantu.
Then the law we are seeking your views on this time around.
Umthetho ke esifuna ukuzwa uvo lenu kulesamanje isikhathi kuwo
As you see on your pink papers that you are having at your disposal,
njengoba nibona lapha kulamaphepha ke enu aphinki enwaphethe
it is called the National Forest and Fire Amendment Bill.
ngokubeka nje kafushane ngezulu uzawubizwa ngokuthi ke umthetho obhekelele ukushiswa kwamahlathi kanye ke namadlelo kuzwelonke
Whose original main purpose is to both regulate and manage field fires,
inhloso ke yalomthetho kuyoba ukuthi ke kube khona ukugadwa kube khona nenqubo ebekwayo ekushisweni kwemililo.
you do that by controlling the fire spread,
Lokhu kuyokwenziwa ngokuthi ke kuyosiza ngokuthi kunqande ukwanda kwemililo
and by imposing obligations on landowners
nanokuthi ke kubekwe mhlawumbe ke izimo ezithize phezulu kwabanikazi bomhlaba.
We expect landowners to prepare and maintain fire breaks.
Silindele ukuthi abanikazi bomhlaba benze futhi ke banakekele ukuthi ke indawo zabo zinawo amabhande okuvika umlilo.
This amendment also places the duty on landowners to make provisions
Lesi sichibiyelo siphinde ke sibeke umsebenzi kubanikazi bomhlaba ukuthi benze okufanele
for the management of field fires on their own land.
mayelana benze okufanele mayelana ke nokugadwa nokubhekwa komlilo wequbula ezindaweni zabo.
It is in this regard then as you will go through that piece, those pink papers,
Ikona ke lokuqukethwe ke kuleli phepha eliphinki enalo lapha.
and then the key amendments, as you'll see on the second page of the pink paper,
Okuyikona ke izichibiyelo ezibalekile njengoba nibuka lapha ekhasini lesibili kuleli phepha eliphinki.
it primarily comprises enhancing the definitions
Kuyavezwa ke lapho ukuthi kuzawucaciswa kahle ezinye zezincazelo.
and then the other issue that is affected by the amendment is the facilitation of the formation of fire protection associations.
Okunye ke okuvela lapha kuzoba ukuthi kuzofanele ukwakhiwa kwama fire protection associations.
And this fire protection association must be formed by the municipalities
Kuthiwa ke lama fire protection associations kuyofanele akhiwe noma ke abekwe endaweni ngomasipala bendawo.
in those rural areas under the leadership of the traditional authorities. They too are expected to form fire protection association.
Kulezo indawo ke semakhaya okanye ke emaphandleni ezingaphansi kwemithetho yamakhosi nawo amakhosi alindeleke ukuthi ke afake isandla ekwakhiweni kwalama fire protection associations.
In essence, we are also giving that power back to traditional leaders to
Ngamanye
enforce
amazwi
the law.
sibuyisela ke amandla amanye kuona amakhosi ukuthi ke kube khona nawo akwazi ukuthi akwenze.
And then as you have seen also on the document, the title of the act is called the National Field and Forest Fire Amendment Bill.
Njengoba ke senibonile lapha emaphepheni isihloko sithi ke umthetho sivivinyo omayelana ke nokushiswa kwamadlelo kanye namahlathi kuzwelonke.
And this title is too long.
Sona isihloko lesi side uma usifunda ephepheni lapha.
At the end, when this bill is enacted into law, it's gonna be called the National Field Fire Act.
Mangabe ke sekuqediwe konke lokwaphasa lomthetho uyobizwa ke ngo-National Field Fire Act.
Yes, and then in areas like this ones, we are also fire prone.
Siyazi ukuthi ezindaweni ezicishe zifane nazo lezi umlilo ungaba into ke evamile.
Especially now during winter times.
Ikakhulukazi manje ngalezi khathi zasebusika.
And then this is also contributed by climate change.
Lokhu ke kuphinde ke kubhebhezelwe nawo ukuguquka kwesimo sezulu.
So by enacting this law, we want to minimize the fire incidents that are devastating to our communities.
Ngokuphasisa ke lo mthetho sizama ukunciphisa lemililo evame ukuthi ibe nemphumela emibi kakhulu emphakathini yethu.
Because once the areas are burned,
Ngoba ke uma sezishile izindawo
it means then our livestock are at risk,
lokhu kuchaza ukuthi ke imfuyo yethu isengcupheni.
especially the small scale farmers, they are mostly affected.
Ikakhulukazi ke abalimi abasafufusa ibona abathinteka kakhulu.
At some point, even lives are lost.
Kwezinye izikhathi kuyenzeka futhi kugcine kulahleke nezimpilo zabantu.
So then you know that Veld fires cause serious social, economic and environmental damage.
Kufanele ke kwaziwe ukuthi ke imililo yequbula ingabe isemahlathini okanye ke emadlelweni inako ukuthi ke ibange ke izinto ezimbi ngaba kusemnothweni nasekuphileni nje kwabantu.
And it is therefore the reason why we are holding these public hearings.
Kungaleso sizathu ke namhlanje sibambe lo mhlangano wokuzozwa uvolweni.
We want to derive your esteemed inputs to formulate and promulgate the law.
Sifisa ukuthola ke izimvo zenu nemibono yenu ukuze ke kuyophasiswa lo mthetho.
And once passed, this law is going to speak to your local and our national circumstances.
Uma ke usuphasile lo mthetho uyokhuluma uqondane nendawo enikuyona njenganala uphinde futhi usebenze uqondane ke nezwe lonke.
And I therefore plead with you that you must contribute.
Ngaleyo ndlela ke ngiyanicela ukuthi ke vezani iziphakamiso zenu.
We want you to be part of this participatory democracy.
Sifisa ke nibe ingxenye kulokhu okuyintando yeningi.
So that at the end,
Ukuze ke kuthi ekugcineni
you'll also be proud to say we participated in this law-making process.
nikwazi ukuthi nani niziqhenye ukuthi ke naba negalelo ekwakhiweni kwalomthetho.
Having said that, I want to hand over to Honorable Singh,
Sengikushilo lokho ngizocela ukudlulisela lapha kumhlonishwa uSingh.
and then he's gonna share with you the procedures to be followed in making oral and written submissions.
Uzobe ke sesiphake indlela noma ke inqubo ezolandelwa ekwenzeni izithulo ingabe zenziwa ngomlomo okanye eziqotshiwe ezilotshwe phansi.
Ngiyabonga hlalo.
Thank you, Chair.
Sanibonani nonke.
Greetings to you all.
Good morning to everybody. Our colleagues from National Parliament, welcome to Kwa-Zulu Natal.
Sanibonani nonke ikakhulukazi ke nozakwethu abavela eParliament likazwelonke siyanemukela KwaZulu Natal.
The best province in the country,
Okuyisona ke sifundazwe esihle kunazo zonke ezweni.
with a first name and a surname.
Elineka isifundazwe sinegama nesibongo.
I'd like to welcome Councillor Mkwanazi, Tonga.
Sicela ukwamukela ke uKhansela uMkhwanazi.
Thank you very much for representing your council here today, City of Umhlatuza.
Siyambonga ke ngokuthi azomela ke umasipala avela kuona uMhlathuze.
I want to welcome Councillor Ray Pillay from Umhlatuza Council that's here. I
Samukele.
mean Ray Governor. Sorry.
Samukele ke no Khansela uMhlonishwa uPhile noMhlonishwa uGavenda.
Ray Governor, a councillor.
Umhlonishwa uRay Gavenda.
And Mr. Governor, Les Governor from Provincial Parliament.
Bese kuzoba khona ke nomhlonishwa uGavenda ovela lapha eParliament lesifunda.
As explained to you by our very, very hard-working and capable chairperson, Sis Faith Tambi.
Njengoba besechazile ke usihlalo wethu osebenza kanzima uSisu Faith Muthambi.
The purpose of today's visit is to give you, the community, an opportunity to make your submissions on this bill, the National Veld and Forest Fire Amendment Bill.
Inhloso yalomhlangano namhlanje ukuthi ke kunikezwe nina mphakathi ithuba lokuthi ke niveze iziphakamiso zenu mayelana ke nalomthetho sivivinyo wokushiswa ke wokushiswa kwamahlathi kanye ke namadlelo kuzwelonke.
Fires affect all of us everywhere, whether it's in the city, whether it's in the rural area, or any area when there's a fire, it causes a lot of damage to
Imlilo ke-
homes.
Imlilo isihlupha sonke kungaba kusedolobheni kungaba kusemakhaya makukhona umlilo nje umlilo ubhubhisa kwasana.
It destroys homes, it kills people, it destroys cattle and goats and sheep when a fire is uncontrolled.
Ubhubhisa ke amakhaya kwesinye isikhathi ubulale nabantu ubhubhise nemfuyo ngabe zinkomo zizimvu izimbuzi ikakhulukazi makuumlilo ke ongalawuleki.
This piece of legislation here helps to put a framework of how we can prevent fires from taking place.
Lo mthetho ke sizokhuluma ngawo namhlanje usiza ngokuthi ke uwakhe indlela okungazanywa ngayo ukuthi kuvikwe lemlilo.
This committee here and other members have gone to many parts of the country, other provinces,
Leli committee elapha ke selike lahamba nakwezinye izifundazwe kulolona lelizwe lalapha South Africa.
listening to submissions that we're going to hear today.
Lilalela ke zonke izethulo ezifana nalezi esingase sizizwe namhlanje lapha.
Very, very valuable, I must say, Chairperson, submissions.
Angisho nje sihlalo ukuthi ke lezo zethulo ezenziwa zibaluleke kakhulu.
That will influence what changes we make to this draft bill.
Okuyoba izona ke ezizoba nomthelela ekuthenini iluphi ushintsho esilwenzayo kulomthetho.
Normally when bills come up, it comes from the government, which is the executive, from the cabinet minister.
Ngokujwayelekile uma kuqhamuka ke imithetho sivivinyo iyayiqhamuke lapha yaphezulu kongqongqoshe.
And then it is handed to the relevant portfolio committee. In this case, it's a committee of environment, forestry and fisheries, to consult with the public, to make amendments, to take it to parliament and to pass the bill in parliament.
Ibisidluliselwa ke lapha ekomidini kuleli kuloko esikhuluma ngako ileli komiti enilibona lapha phambi kwenu ukuthi ke liulethe lapha phambi kwenu lomthetho kukhulunyisane ngawo lobuyisele eParliament usayinwe ke mangabe ke ukuthi kugcina kuvunyelwana ukuthi awube umthetho.
And this should happen not only with the bill of environment, but any piece of law, any law that has to be passed in the country has to go through a public process. But other committees are involved in the processes which, when the bills fall under them.
Lokhu ke kufanele kwenzeke kuyo yonke imithetho noma ngayobuphi umthetho ophasiswayo ukuthi ube umthetho kuyofanele ukuthi ke uqale uzodlula la nani nifake uvo lwenu amanye amakomiti ke njengamanje abhizi neminye imithetho kwenziwa yona lento.
Now it's not possible for a committee to visit every district or every municipality to ask people what they say. So the committee researchers consider very carefully where we should go and where this legislation is going to influence the lives of that community.
Akukwazi ukuthi ke ikomiti lingahamba zonke izigceme lihambe likhulumisana nabantu ngalento ngaleyo ndlela ke abaphenyi beParliament bayaye babheka ukuthi iziphi izigceme okufanele ke siye kuzona ezithintekayo kulolu daba futhi ezizokwazi ukuthi ke zilekelele ekutheni ke lo mthetho kufanele ume kanjani.
So yesterday the committee was in Abaqulusi.
Izolo leli committee belilapha kubaqulusi.
It was a very well attended meeting. It was attended by the mayor, the speaker and councillors and other representatives from that area.
Lo amhlangano ke ayicha bugcwele impela wona bekukhona ngisho umeya usomlomo nabanye abamele ezinye inhlangano.
Today the committee is here.
Namhlanje njoba nibona ikomiti lilapha.
Tomorrow the committee will be in Bulwer.
Kusasa ikomiti lizobe liseBhulu.
And if you look at these areas, these are the areas where there are a lot of forests.
Mawubuka ke lezi indawo izona izindawo ezinamahlathi amaningi.
So that is why the committee has chosen those three centers.
Ingakho ke ikomiti liye laqoka ukuhambela lezo indawo.
Now, how are you going to now make submissions?
Manje ke nizozenza kanjani izethulo zenu?
Firstly, it will be by a show of hands for those who want to speak.
Okokuqala sizoqala ke sicele ukuthi ke laba abafisa ukukhuluma baphakamisa izandla.
The chairperson will identify those persons and they will sit on the chairs here.
Usihlalo uzobe sebakhomba ke noma baqoke labo bantu bese ke behlaliswa kulolu hlalo ezihlalo olubekwe lapha phakathi nendawo.
You'll be given about 2 to 3 minutes each. 5 minutes. Oh, 5 minutes, Sister Tatueto.
Unikezwa
Not 5, up to 5 minutes. I
Unikezwa
would you
ke.
tata 5 minutes, yonke.
kuya ke cishe lapha emzuzweni emhlanu akusho ukuthi bese uyithatha yonke imizuzu emhlanu ukuthi ke ungenza isethulo sakho
to make your submissions to the committee. And there are people sitting here, you can see, Utatuetu Chelega, who heads our committee, Utlantla, and all our other researchers are here.
njengoba nibona ke kunabantu abahleli lapha nembona nodadewethu Chileka amalunga alekelela ikomiti noNhlanhla nangu lapha
That's true. And a representative of the minister is also here.
No,
My
me-
friend Gift, where's he?
nomele ke ungqongqoshe ukhona la umngani
Ah,
wami
there's he,
uGift
right.
nangu yalapha ya
Ukamoga, the office ka Ngqongqoshe.
he comes from the office of the minister
So they're all going to be writing down what you are saying.
bazobe bebhala konke ke nikushoyo
And the committee is going to consider all these representations.
ikomiti ke liyobe seli cubungula zonke iziphakamiso zenu
But if you don't want to come and make an oral submission,
uma ungathandi ukuza uzokwenza isethulo ngokukhuluma ngqo
you can go to Tatuetu Chelega and write down what you want to say about this bill.
ungaya ke lapha udadewethu Chileka ufike ubhale noma yini ofisa ukisho ngalomthetho sivivinyo
And when you come to speak, you must please tell us whether you support this bill or you don't support this bill.
uma ke uza uzokhuluma uyacelwa ukuthi ke uphinde uveze ukuthi ngabe ke uyaweseka okanye awuweseki lomthetho sivivinyo na
So I think, Chairperson, I've clarified the procedure. Everybody's clear.
ngiyacabanga sihlalo sengicacisile kahle inqubo wonke umuntu uyaqonda
And now it's up to a show of hands for you. Thank you very much.
I thought you were going to clap hands for him.
bengicabanga ukuthi ngizomshayela izandla
I don't see any home ground advantage here.
angikuboni ke ukuthi kukhona okumsizayo ngokuba sekhaya kuyena
But thank you so much, dear colleague.
siyabonga sakwethu
Yes. Where do we start? Do we have Amakosi and Izinduna here?
ngabe akhona amakhosi esinawo kanye nezinduna lapha
Oh, Siyabonga.
thank you
Okay. I want to acknowledge the following people as well.
ngifisa ke ukwazisa laba bantu abalandelayo futhi
Let's acknowledge our traditional leaders in our midst.
asibonge ke futhi ke siphakamise ukubonga ngokuba khona kobuholi bendabuko phakathi kwethu
And then we are humbled by the presence of our ward councillor, Councillor Kebekulu. Can you wave?
siphinde ke sibonge sijabulele nokuba khona kuka mhlonishwa ukhansela uCebekhulu
He's a
ilobe phakathi
councillor of Ward 1.
ube uyikhansela ke la ka Ward 1
We want to appreciate you for having interest on this matter.
sifisa ukubonga ke ngokuthi ke ube ke nesifiso sokuthatha ke indima kulolu daba
Because these are the matters that affect the people you lead and represent.
ngoba ke lezi yizina zinto ezithinta ngqo abantu obaholayo futhi obamele
Then gift has been introduced. I think I will also introduce the other officials.
ugift usethuliwe ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngizawukwethula ke abanye abasebenzi bakahulumeni
We have got officials from the Department of Agriculture, Land and Rural Development. in our midst.
sinabasebenzi abavela lapha emnyangweni wezolimo na nasekuthuthukiseni ke kwendawo zasemakhaya nomhlaba
They will be listening to the issues that you're gonna be raised that are agricultural related.
bazazilalela izinto ke noma izinkinga enizawuziveza la ezimayelana ke nezolimo
Miss Maja, where are you? Can you wave and say hello to the people?
nansi intokazi isukuma njengoba ivela la
And then Miss Mutswenyane can also wave and say hi
Miss
to the
Mthwenyane
people.
nanginaye vela lapha ya
And then we also have other officials from the department. Gift comes from the minister's office.
sinabo ke abanye abasebenzi abaqhamuka ke eminyangweni kodwa ke ugift uqhamuka lapha ehhovisi likangqongqoshe
The officials that are responsible for this bill, we have Ms. Shumani Zivani. Can you wave your hand and say hi to the
kubasebenzi
people?
abamayelana ke nalomthetho sivivinyo nangu ya kade vela lapha ezethula
And then Mr. Winston Smith, can you also wave your hand?
Nango omunye vela futhi ezethula.
And then we also have officials from the MEC Place office in our midst, from
Siphinde
the
ke
province.
nabasebenzi abavela ke lapha ehhovisi likaMhlonishwa uPhiley ehhovisini lika MEC khona la esifundazweni.
And then we want to appreciate your coming as well.
Sicela ke ukunibonga ngokuza kwenu.
Can Miss Lutuli wave and say hi to the people?
Unkosazana Luthuli asukume abingelela abantu.
Oh. Oh.
Umnumzana Luthuli.
Somebody said Miss Lutuli here for me. I'm so sorry.
Kukhona othe uMiss Luthuli. Siyaxolisa kulo ndawo baba.
It's Mr. Lutuli, not Miss. And then can we also see Dr. Zakele Damini?
Ngambona noDokotela uZakhele Dlamini.
You see, you're not Miss Lutuli, Dr. Zakele.
Waphinde waba omunye manje.
No, it's fine. Okay. So you see this row.
Niyazibona lezi hlalo ezishawulayini lapha.
I'll ask if our traditional leaders want to speak or will give you an opportunity at the end.
Ngizawubuza ukuthi ngabe ke ubuholi bethu bendabuko bufisa ukukhuluma manje okanye sibunikeze ithuba lokukhuluma egcineni na.
Yeah, that's how it's done. Your subject must speak first, you'll be the last.
Kodwa iyona nqubo ke ukwenziwa ngayo leyo. Abantu bakho mabakhuluma ekuqala wena ke bese uvalela egcineni.
I need to start this side.
Ngathi ke sawuqala ngapha.
Can I see a show of hands of people who want to speak?
Sicela ukubona izandla zabantu abafisa ukukhuluma.
This side. If you are raising your hand, just move to occupy the chair.
Mawuphakamisa isandla sakho ibusondela ngapha esihlalweni.
And then just move to the chairs in the middle.
Sondelane ehlalweni phakathi nendawo.
Whoever wants to speak, Councillor, just get into the queue.
Ufisa ukukhuluma na ukhansela kangena elayinini.
There's still more chair for people on the side.
Zisekhona ihlalo kubantu abathize lapha ya.
Just move. I see a hand of Mama. Just move.
Ungangena mama nasi isandla sivela.
We still have 3 more seats for
Sine
people
ihlalo ezinye ezintathu.
on the side. But we are not limited. Still have 2 more.
Kusekhona ezinye
Three.
ezimbili ihlalo.
3.
2.
2 more. You left 1. People on from this side, you don't want to speak? They will cover you, these ones that are here, I suppose.
Bazonikhulumela noma bazosho konke benifisa ukusho ngakuleli cala laba sebephumile na.
And then for you who are seated in this row now,
Kunina ke esenihleli kulolu hlalo isihlalo.
you need to tell us who you are,
Sizawudinga ukuthi ke usazise ukuthi ungubani,
from which ward,
uqhamuka ke kuliphi ward,
which municipality,
uwophi umasipala,
because I believe we are here in the district, King Cetsayo district.
ngoba ngikholwa ukuthi silapha ke kuyiKing Cetshwayo district.
So there might be people coming from other municipalities
Kungenzeka ukuba khona abanye abantu abaqhamuka ke kwabanye omasipala
that are within this district.
abakhona la kule ndawo.
Then you
Lesicelo.
tell us who you are, where are you coming from, which ward number, which municipality.
Uzositshela ke ukuthi ungubani uqhamukaphi kuliphi ward phansi kwawuphi umasipala.
And then if you are representing a structure, you let us know.
Uma ngabe kukhona inhlangano thizeni oyimele usazise.
And then if you are representing yourself, you also let us know. Representing yourself.
Uma ke futhi uzimele wena nje noma uzikhulumela wena qobo lwakho usazise.
Okay, are we clear?
Ngabe siyezwana?
Baba.
Singaqala.
We can start.
Sanibonani.
Greetings to you all.
Igama lami William Funeka,
My name is William Funeka
Ward 1.
from Ward 1.
ANC iqembu lami.
My party is the ANC.
Ngizoqala lapha ka okutheni ngenafika noma ngabhalanga phansi lokho ukuthi leli committee liyafika ngaza after iminyaka emingaka ngoba akhona okokuqala lokho.
I'll start by saying that this committee, even though I cannot recall correctly, it's not the first time this committee has come here.
Impendulo asithulanga.
We never received any response.
Supporta kakhulu ufika kwenu
We support very much your arrival,
kodwa impendulo seyidinga.
but we need answers.
La Ward 1
Here in Ward 1,
current jabula kakhulu ukuthi nibe ukuba khona kwenu la
we
ngoba
are,
kulokho okudlula sasemadlanzini.
we are very happy with your presence here. At the last instance, we were at Emadlanzeni.
Ukuthi kanti nathi siyacatshangelwa.
We can see that we are also considered.
La endaweni ngizwe khulunywa ngezemvelo.
In this meeting, I heard something about nature.
Imvelo yethu enkulu esayiphiwa uNkulunkulu
Our nature that we were given by God
ivalelwe enye sinayo ayinalo idlelo.
is kept. The other nature that we have does not have grazing lands.
Le mvelo eyavalelwa ikhanda imali eningi
This nature that is kept generates a lot of money,
kodwa ikhandeli thina.
but that money is not for us.
Sinezimine sinakho konke
We have mines, we have everything,
kodwa abantu bahluphekile bafuna umsebenzi abawutholi abantu baningi imajority abengaphezulu kwabantu abasebenzayo.
but people are destitute. People are looking for employment, they are not getting any. The majority are unemployed compared to those that are employed.
Ngiyanicela ukuthi manifika ngelinye ilanga nikhulume nabaholi bendabuko nama ward councillor.
I do request that if you come again some other time, please speak to the traditional leadership as well as the councillors.
Nicele isibalo abangaphezulu kwa 18 years ukuthi bangaki amaward ngamaward.
And request a number of how many are people who are older than 18 per ward.
Silindele umhlaba ngibona iyathuthuka iminyaka yaphambili umhlaba wethu awubuyi.
We are still expecting or waiting for land. We see the years are going by, but the land is not coming back.
Ngicela ukubuza ukuthi yini ungabuyi umhlaba sisisithi isikhathi umthetho sisekelo kade wakhulunywa ngako ukuthi umhlaba ubuyi.
I would like to ask, why is the land not coming back? It's been quite a long time. That law was discussed a long time ago, but there is no land.
Umphakathi wakithi uthatha uthukuthele kakhulu usuyinikela endaweni zodlama uvimba imigwaqo uphazamise nathi esisebenzayo.
Our community gets very angry, and then they retaliate by maybe striking, and then they go block the roads, which also obstructs us as people who are working,
Ngoba basebenzi balambile.
because they are unemployed and they are hungry.
La kwezolimo
In the agricultural side,
baletha izimbewu
they bring seedlings.
sinezinkomo nezimbuzi nezikhapha ngizwile nje esho ubaba ngisengikhohliwe lo mndiye uthi umlilo udestroya kwasana.
We have cattle, sheep, and goats. I heard the honorable member mention that fire destroys everything.
Ngiyanicela
I am requesting you,
maletha intuthuko yokozolimo qalani ngocingo lokubiya qala njengezinyamazane zibiyela ukuthi zingaphumeli ngaphandle.
When-
Nathi ke ngokunjalo siqaleleni ngokubiya sibiyela amasimini ethu kuze ingatholi ukudameshwa imfuyo.
when you bring development to the agricultural side, please start with fencing wire or fencing fence so that we can actually fence our fields and also be able to control and keep our animals just like the wild game is kept in a fenced area.
Singabonga manenze njalo.
We would be very thankful if you would do so,
Because siyatshala kudliwe imfuyo.
because we plant and then the livestock would come and destroy.
Ngiyabonga mina William Funeka, Ward 1.
Thank you,
William Funeka.
William Funega from Ward 1.
It's Ward 1 umhlatuza, I suppose. Thank you. Yes, ne? Okay. Next speaker, good morning.
Yes, Sawana Mam Faith Mtambi. Netafula lakho.
Mamu uFaith Mutambi netafula lakho.
Ngiyajabula nje ukuthi unamalungu amaningi kaKhongolose lapha.
I'm glad because you are with a number of ANC members.
Mina nguthokozane ngwakakhoza
I am Thokozani Khoza,
ilunga likaKhongolose.
a member of ANC.
Ngiyayisupporta le bill.
I support this bill.
Konke nje okuzosho khona umphakathi nalokhu nane bese nichiphiele kwi white paper ngiyakusupport.
I support everything that has been done on this bill.
Na wonke ama officials ohamba nawo ngiyabingelela awasemhlathuze.
I greet all the officials that you are with, even those from Hlatuze,
Umhlonisho ohamba naye othunywe imayor.
the honorable member who is representing the mayor.
Ukeche kancane sihlalo wami. Suthe usubathule bonke laba abaphambili abasha amaqembu abo. Ukhansela ecebe khulu uyena uyilunga oyikhansela kaANC kule ward.
You've just made a slight mistake, honorable chairperson. Councillor Tsebekulu is the one who is the member of ANC in this ward.
Ngiyaxolela lokuhlebelile okhohliwe ukutshela.
I'm just whispering to you, the one who told you forgot to inform you about that.
Mina engikuzelela njoba sengishithi ngiyayisupport ibill. Kakhulukazi ukuzoniluleka nje uzon-advise.
Mine is just to advise you, as I've already indicated, that I support this bill.
Ukusuka manje njoba nisuke baqulusini ukusuka manje noma yiphi indawo nizohamba kuyona. Iyekeni lento kaOsis.
As from now, as you'll be moving or leaving this area of Baqulusini, stop this overseas thing.
Bekufanele manifike emhlathuze noma khingcetshwa nibuze ukuthi awekho yini abantu abamnyama abanamabhizinisi asupply amanzi.
You, when you arrive at Mhlatuze, you were supposed to ask as to whether are there no black business people who are supplying water.
Lena ke Mam Faith angihlenge ngawo, this is serious.
This
Ngoba
is
nina
not a
njoba
joke.
nila nithunywe yithina lapha eParliament anehlelwanga nje umusa ukuthi eyinkosi yami nehlelwe ingilosi uGabriel cha. Nithunywe yithina lapha.
I am very serious about this one, Mam Faith. It was not just a mistake that you are at Parliament, you were elected by us. You were not just sent by the angel Gabriel.
Probably every municipality unali office ka LED, local economic development. Leyo nto isupport abantu abamnyama bafowethu.
I believe that each and every department or district has got an office of local black development, which supports black people.
Mina nje ngisezingeni eliphansi kakhulu kabi ngohlalo lesi sikole esihle kunazo zonke la kwikhingcetshwa kodwa mangithenga amanzi nje ngiwathenga umuntu omnyama akhona ngisho la irank.
Personally, I am a person who is very, very, low down there, or I'm someone of low status. I am a member of that school, the beautiful school, but when I buy water from a black person.
I've got a pressing meeting engiyakuyona khona lapha yama consultant. Sengiyahamba ke bengifuna nje ukusho lokho. Kodwa sicela silungise nje yonke into. Ukusukela phezulu ekhanda njoba ningamalungu eParliament nikulungise nje manje njoba siya ku 2024 ukuze singalokhu siba nenkingi yokuthi kukhohlakala ukuthi kunomhlonishwa ukhansela ucebe khulu oyilunga lika ANC ngiyabonga.
There's a meeting that I need to attend urgently, but please fix up everything from above to below, and don't forget the councillor Tsebekulu, who is a member of ANC.
I've introduced Councillor Kewikulu, Baba Tokozan. I've welcomed him. I even said, we're excited that he's here, that he's taken interest on these matters. The party, I was not given that, sorry.
Ngicela ukuthatha leli thuba ngibingelele umphakathi
Let me take this opportunity and greet the community.
ngokukhethekile ngibingelele umama Faith Muthambe netafula lonke
Special greetings to Mam Faith Mutambi and the table as a whole,
osihlalo
the chairperson
committee,
of this
Parliament.
committee in Parliament,
oyilungu la African National Congress.
who's also a member of the ANC.
Ngiphakama nokuyisupporta imbono yakho mama
I
nekomiti lakho
stand up to support your views, ma'am, as well as the views of your committee.
bese ngithi anginiqhobela ihlombe ngokuthi kuyo yonke into eniyenzayo sinithumile lapha ningazenzeli nina nodwa.
Councillor Kewikulu of the ANC, introduce yourself so that we are not found wanting by Ubaba Khosa.
Kuthiwa ke zethule baba kuze singatholakali kube ngathi seqile ubabkhosi.
No, ngongixolise lapho.
Let me
Ngingena
apologize
nje
for
kabi,
that.
Kuvele kade kukhulunywa ngegama lami sekungifaka enkingeni.
I was just put on the spot. My name had already been flying around, so that put me in a bit of a situation.
Igama lami ngulangelihle kwaCebekhulu.
My name,
Ukhansela lapha eWard 1.
my name is Langelihle Tsebekulu, a councillor here in Ward 1.
Ngiyayisupporta imbono ebill.
I support this bill.
Ngicela uniqhobela ihlombe
I would like to congratulate you or applaud you
ngomsebenzi omuhle ukuthi uma nizoshicilela imithetho noma niyishintsha nikwazi ukusiconsulta njengabantu ekuyibona abanithumile.
on a good job of that when you are enacting or amending laws, you are able to come and consult us as the people who had sent you there.
Ngicabanga ukuthi lokho kuyinto enhle engicabanga ukuthi siqala ukuyibona ngalohulumeni okuyena osiphathela izwe lethu kahle.
I think that is a very beautiful thing, and it's the first time we are seeing this from the government who is in charge of our country right now.
Abanye ngaphambilini babeshaya imithetho iqhamuke nje siyimpozwa kubantu ngenkani.
The prior governments or the earlier governments would make laws, and such laws would only then be imposed on the people.
Angifuni ukungena ekulingekeni ukuthi izikhulume ngaphambili itheni.
I do not want to get tempted and say things about what the speakers before me said.
Kodwa mina ngufakazi njengomholi omphakathi ukuthi ngesikhathi nifike edolobheni lethu nenafuna ukwazi inkampani ezabantu abamnyama engalekeleleko ukuletha iservice ekhulumeni wethu.
But I am a witness that when you came to our town, you did inquire as to which black companies that are around that can actually assist in bringing economic development in our community.
Futhi lokho nikwenza njalo ngaqinisekisa lokho.
And you do that every time when you come here. I can vouch for that.
Ngingancenga nje ama suppliers noma laba suke sebeqokiwe ukwenza umsebenzi.
Sorry.
Ngingancenga nje ama suppliers noma labo suke sebeceliwe ukwenza umsebenzi.
I would request the suppliers or those who had then been picked to do the actual jobs
Ukuthi bakwenze njengoba nani nisuke nicabangile ukuthi nicabangele abantu abamnyama bathenge nasembonini zabantu abamnyama.
to do the jobs as they were expected to, and also purchase from black-owned companies.
Ngalomthetho
With this bill,
siyathemba ukuthi umasipala wethu nawo sesihlangene sizoba ingxenye ye Fire Protection Association.
I am hopeful that with our municipality, we shall become a part of the Fire Protection Association.
Ngicabanga ukuthi futhi nalabo bakhele izindawo zasemakhaya
I also believe that those who are living around rural areas,
uma sebebona nabo ukuthi bafakiwe baba ingxenye yokukhulumisana nalomthetho
when they see that they had been involved in the enacting of this law,
nabo bayongena ngaphansi kwale association.
they will also come and join within these associations.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu ngethuba.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yabonga. Thank you so much.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you for this opportunity for saying something. First of all, I would like to introduce myself.
Ngiyalibonga lethuba kokuqala nje ngizofuna ukuthi ngizethule ukuthi ngubani.
My name is Councillor Ray Govender
Ngukhansela uRay Govender.
from the beautiful city of Amslatuzi,
Ngiphuma ke kule dolobhe elihle laseMhlathuzi,
from the district of King Kechwayo district,
ku district ebizwa ngokuthi King Cetshwayo district.
Ward Councillor of Ward 26, Brackenham, in Richards Bay, Equidine
Ngiphuma
as
ke
well.
ku Ward 26 la Richards Bay.
First of all, I would like to thank the chairperson and I would like to thank this opportunity
Koqala ngithanda ukubonga ke usihlalo bese ngithatha lethuba
together with the officials and members of parliament, councillors and members of the community, together with traditional leaders and ndunas and nkosis.
kanye ke nobuholi baseParliamente nezinye ke izikhulu zikahulumeni nabaholi bendabuko.
And all protocols followed.
Ngihloniphe noma ngihloniphe nonke ngokulandelana kwenu.
I said this is a beautiful city of Amslatuzi with the highest unemployment rate in this city.
Ngithe ke le dolobha idolobha ke elihle laseMhlathuze kodwa uma ubuka inani labantu abangasebenzi ilona eliphakeme kakhulu.
We have lots of beautiful and big companies, international companies in the city of Amslatuzi and under the district of King Kechwayo district.
Sinezinkampani ezinkulu lapha eMhlathuze ngaphansi ke kwale sifunda saka King Cetshwayo.
We also need to look at employment within our King Kechwayo district, employment within our city of Amslatuzi, rather than getting people from outside training skills and developing within the city.
Kufanele ke senze isiqiniseko sokuthi kuqhashwa abantu bakule ndawo abahlala la eMhlathuze ngaphansi ke kwesifunda saka King Cetshwayo. Hayi ukuthi kulandwe abantu bangaphandle beze la bazothola amakhono baqeqeshwe ukuze bazi ukwenza umsebenzi.
That will also bring the crime rate down in the district of King Kechwayo and Amslatuzi district.
Lokhu ke kuzokwehlisa ubugebengu kule ndawo yakithi.
I support the bill which has been given to us.
Ngiyasupporta ke le bill esinikezwe yona.
And we also speak about fell fires. Fell fires, not only with the fell fires which we're talking about the outside, we talk about the cause of the fell fires due to the
sikhuluma ke ngemililo yesiganga. Imililo yesiganga akuyona nje yodwa kodwa kufanele sibuke nembangela yawo ukuthi ibangwa yini.
Due to the infrastructure of the district,
Ngenxa ke yenqala sizinda yesifundazwe.
we have the overgrown stands, we have various bushes in the area.
Nezitandi ke esezimile ukhula oluningi.
When you talk about overgrown stands, the bush is coming higher than the house.
Sikhuluma ke ngamahlathi ke sakhule adlula ngisho indlu.
We also talk about that fell fire, but it also causes a problem with electrical fire.
Sikhuluma ke ngalowo mlilo kodwa ke kuphinde kube khona nenye imbangela ebangwa ugesi singathi electricity.
Because the tree felling should have been important as well, where we can fell the trees, and tree felling is quite important so that it does not protrude through these cables and causes a problem and a short.
Manje ke nezihlahla lezi kufanele nazo zigawulwe noma zikwenziwe lokho kuthiwa yi-tree felling ukuze ke zingatholakali sezithinta izintambo le ezibangela ukuthi kube neshoti bese ke kuyasha.
I would like to thank the officials again once again for this opportunity. Thank you.
Funa ke ukubonga izikhulu zikahulumeni ngaleli thuba ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much, Councillor Govender. We appreciate your input, especially when you as leaders then make inputs. It's welcome, much appreciated.
Okay. Ngakhuluma? Angithokoza. Igama lami ngingu-Michael Thamsanqa Majozi.
Let me thank you. My name is Michael Tamsanga Majozi.
Ngibuya kuWard 11
I come from Ward 11,
kumasipala waseNkandla odumile.
from the famous Nkandla municipality.
Usho ukuthi odumile. Odumile.
I did say famous. Do not-
Okay, ngoba ngiyezwa ukuthi bonke abantu abakhuluma la bayawacacisa amaqembu ezepolitiki.
Because I hear that the speakers who have spoken are putting forward their political parties.
Njoba ke nani niqonda ukuthi njoba uKingcetshwa vele uphethwe ngumnumzana uNtuli nje usihlalo wenkatha kusho ukuthi ke bonke umasipala abangale baphethwe inkatha.
As you know, that it was once managed by Mr. Nduli. That means all the municipalities on that side belong to the IFP.
Yes, kumnandi nje ukuba khona la nokuthi siwumphakathi sikwazi ukuhleka ndawonye sibalula amaqembu ethu singesabani.
It is very nice that we can be all here as the community always and be laughing together and be able to actually mention our political parties without fear. Thank you.
Okay.
Iyona ntando yeningi ke leyo.
Yebo yebo cha nami ngeke ngadide mangena phela ngibona kuthiwa ama parties kuthiwa abantu bebhala uANC no abesaba beAfrica no IFP. So kodwa ke ngibona kumdlalo omnandi yokusho ukuthi sesikhululekile ngempela.
I saw it, I got a bit confused outside, but now I see it's very nice. It means we are all free now.
Ukube nobaba uNarren Singh akasukuma ngabe uyabona ukuthi kanti inkathi imelekile la endlini.
If Mr. Singh had actually not left, he would see that IFP is also represented in this
Okay,
house.
ngamafuphi nje sibonga leli thuba esilinikwa amalungu eParliament ukuthi sibe ingxenye yokuzophawula.
Shortly, we are thankful for the opportunity that the parliament is giving us to come and air our views.
Ngoba ngizokhuluma kakhulu ngendawo yangapha ngakithi eNkandla mhlawumbe kuyazi ukuthi idume ngeNkandla Forest.
I will speak greatly on our area in Nkandla. Maybe it's known for the famous Nkandla Forest.
Lapha eduze kaMnumzana uformer mongameli ubaba uMsholozi kuneNkandla nje Forest.
Near the former president, Mr. Zuma's house, there's a famous Nkandla Forest.
Yes, ngizama ukubuya abantu esithombeni ngoba bejwayele ukuhamba ngama-helicopter uma beya khona. Bengaboni.
I'm trying to create a picture because usually they go there with helicopters, they don't see it.
Ngibingelele nje singenza iphutha ngibingelele kubo bonke abahlonishwa abathe baba iphathi kwethu nje kwezihlalo zabo.
I would request, I made a mistake. May I please greet all the honorable members who are amongst us according to their levels.
Mina ke nami ngiyavumelana nalokho kuthiwa sizokwenza i-amendment bill le.
I also
Ngiyayisupporta.
support and agree with what we are sent here to do, the amendment of this bill.
Kodwa nalezi ichibiyelo.
But I have some amendments.
Uma sikhuluma ngomlilo wamadlelo oshisa abantu ngokungavikeleki kwawo ukuthi singenza kanjani bengathi mina
If we speak about Veld fires that can also burn people, as to how we avoid it, I would say,
masingenzelwa kubo bonke omasipala niqinisekisa ukuthi onke ama-hydrant akhona.
if we can ensure that all municipalities have hydrants.
Ngoba sinale nkinga ukuthi singawukhomba umlilo siwuzame ngezandla kodwa ama-hydrants mayekho ikhona icisha mlilo amanzi azotholwa pho ukucisha lo mlilo ama-hydrants ayi-challenge ke komasipala abaningi.
Because we can see the fire, try to put it out, but without hydrants and water are quite a problem in a lot of municipalities.
okuyilokho thina egameni lenkandla esingakubalula sibonga kakhulu.
which is what we could put up front as the Nkandla municipality. We thank you.
Angibingelele usihlalo wethu
Let me greet our chairperson,
amalungu onke eParliament.
all the members of parliament.
Mina ngingubhekuyise ngingokwaNgqulunga abakwaNgqulunga bakwamajola amaxhuku.
I'm Beguyise Ngulunga.
Ngisuka kwaDwani umfolosi.
I am from Ward 1 and Umfolozi.
Sibonga kakhulu ukuba namhlanje
We are grateful that today
ukuba sibe neParliament esilibuka ngqo eduze singalibuki kuTV.
to have the opportunity to look at the parliament directly.
Sibonga kakhulu ke umthetho lo ngiyaweseka kakhulu ngokupheleleyo angabazi.
We appreciate this bill and I support it without any doubt.
Angazi ke sihlalo namalungu onke ukuthi
I'm not sure, Chairperson and all the members that
kulengxaki esikuyo ningastakula yini kuba kulomthetho nisichibiyelele amanzi.
whether you can assist us with the problem that we are facing in terms of water.
Mina ngagcina ukusebenza ngo1996 ngoFebruary mhla ka29.
The last time I worked was in 1996, 29 February.
Kusuka lapho ngayiqasha mina ngokulima ngize ngibe ngaka.
Ever since I've been self-employed up to today.
Njengoba ngikhuluma ngamanzi amanzi asithathe phezulu asibeka phansi uyabona uma usukwazi ukuthola u20,000 each and every month kodwa uphenduka ungabisathola ngisho isent ukuze kube namhlanje from 2015 up to now.
Water has lifted our standard of living. If one is able to make 20,000 from 2015 up to now, it means water is important.
Ngimi lapha ke singabalimi mama wethu ama hectares ethu alingisela ku 700 hectares namanje kuntanti idada amanzi.
Standing here, Honorable Chairperson, we've got about 15 hectares as farmers, but there's lack of water.
Sengihlala phansi ngiyacela nje umama kumkhombisa abantu abasemva kwami esisenkingeni nabo ke bephakame nje umama yababone.
Chairperson, I request before sitting down to show you the other farmers that I work with. May I request them to stand up with your permission?
Ngibonga kakhulu ke iParliament umoya wami uyojabula kakhulu nomoya wethu uyojabula kakhulu uma ngabe siyokwazi ukusizakala kule nkinga esiphethe ngiyabonga.
We are very much grateful to Parliament. I will be happy if our problem is solved. Xolo baba, kancane nje.
Are all these farmers from Ward 1 or is the farmers from Umfolozi municipality?
Ngabe wonke labalimi baphuma laphayana eWard 1 noma baphuma kuMfolozi municipality?
Kumfolozi municipality.
They are from
Bahlangene
Mfolozi
Ward 1, yeah.
municipality, but they are together in Ward 1.
They are coming from various wards, that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Ngabe
from
baphuma ke
various
kuma
From
ward
various
ahlukahlukene.
wards.
They are from various wards.
Yes.
Okay.
1 and 4.
Ward 1
1 to
and 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sincerely appreciate your input
Siyalibonga igalelo lakho baba.
and your concerns are noted.
nezikhalo zenu siyazamukela.
Sihlalo ne committee lonke
Chairperson and the committee members,
nabahlonishwa bonke njengokuyikhundla zabo neminyango nezinhlangano abavela kuzona nomphakathi nje wonke ngicela ukubingelela.
members of the parliament and all protocol observed.
Igama lami mina nginguSibusiso Mthembu
My name is Bosiso Mtembu
ngivela ku Ward 1 woMfolozi municipality.
from Ward 1, Umfolozi municipality.
Ngingomunye wabalimi abancane kule mphakathi,
I'm one of the young farmers from this area,
small scale farmers
or small scale farmers.
and young. Yes. Ngizoqala ngokuthi ngiyaweseka lo mthetho sivivinyo ngesizathu esithi
Firstly, I want to state that I support the bill on following grounds.
kuzokwenza kube lula ukusebenza uma ngabe kukhona imililo uma ngabe izinsiza zokucima imililo seyididiyelwe ndawonye.
It would be easy for us to control the fed fires if there is a coordination of these fire programs.
Ebese ngicela ukudlulela la endabeni yesibili ngokukholelwa ukuthi ithinta yona umnyango wezemvelo, ithinta lona futhi ikomiti lezemvelo elivele
I want also to touch on another issue because I think it also falls under the authority of this environmental committee.
Ukuqhubeka nje la isikhulumo besingaphambili kwami esigcine khona sinenkinga ngendaba yamanzi asenza ukuthi kungabe kusasebenzeka sisakwazi ukulima emphakathini wakwaSokhulu. Uyabona
We have a challenge of water at Sokulu area. As farmers, we are unable to plow.
ngaphambi kokuba ngiqhubeke nalena ngicela ukucacisa la ukuthi uma sikhuluma ngamanzi asikhulumi ngokushoda kwamanzi okunisela, sikhuluma ngamanzi asevele kwaba yithandala sekuyizikhukhula.
I'm not talking about the shortage of water, but we have water, but which is like a flood, which is flooding the area.
Ngokwenjwayezike thina la nje Richards Bay awukho umphakathi olima ukwedlula umphakathi wakwaSokhulu ngokuvunda kwendawo esilima kuyona nobukhulu bayo.
Our
Ngokwenjwayezi
area is fertile and is big, and there is no other areas that could farm beyond us.
bekujwayele ukuthi mangabe kufika ihambile njengoba bekhona nje abahlonishwa ngabe sifike nemhloko zengaka yobanana, ngabe sifike namathanga, ngabe sifike nani elinywayo, kodwa namhlanje sifike kasizonipha lutho ngoba kasisalimi.
Today we are unable to offer you anything like banana because we are unable to plow as before.
Asisalimeli futhi besingasalimeli ukuthi silale sidlile, bese silimela ukuthi kudayiswe, bese siyimboni sikwazi nokuthi emakhaya ethuthuke kuthunyelwe izingane esikoleni.
We were not just only farming, we were able to sustain ourselves and also to support our children.
Kunothisha, kunamanesi, kunalo lonke uhlobo lama professionals abazali bethu abalithumela esikoleni ukuthi abantu abasha beyofunda ngokulima.
Our parents were able to produce nurses, teachers through this farming.
Ngingomunye walabo bantu nami engifundile ngibuye university ngokulima.
I'm one of them. I'm from university, youth doing farming.
Ngebhadi ke sesineminyaka ecishe siyisithupha ekuya kuyisikhombisa singasalimi ngenxa yamanzi. Kafushane nje ngizosho ukuthi kwenzakaleni.
Unfortunately, for the past 6 years, we are unable to farm because of water. Let me explain further.
Kuyindaba ethanda ukuba yinde ethinta isikhungo sikahulumeni simangaliso wetland park esireporta ngaphansi kwayo le department nangaphansi kwayo leli committee.
The challenge is around this Mangaliso wetland center, which is also under this government or under this department.
Indaba eseyikhulunywe isikhathi eside ke kamuva nje ungqongqoshe wezemvelo uye wajuba ithimba a panel of experts ebeyicubungula ngalo lodaba babuya ne report.
This matter has been attended to by the minister, and there was also a panel of experts that was set up by the minister, and they've already tabled their report.
I report uyilethile ke wafikele senlusha saya khona singabalimi nayo yonke imphakathi ethintekayo ngomhla ka 28 April.
On the 20th of April, this report was tabled at St. Lucia. All the farmers and all stakeholders were invited.
Ukusuka kumhla ka 28 April kuze kube namhlanje akabe nalutho oselwenziwe ngaphandle kwemhlangano ebanjwayo, akukho lutho oselenziwe.
From the 28th of April up till today, nothing has materialized except meetings and meetings.
kubukeka sengazi ukuthi futhi kusazothatha izinyanga ukuthi kube khona into enzakalayo naleli hlobo sizolima ngenxa yalama.
It seems as if we are not going to be able to do our farming even in this approaching summer because of this water crisis, water challenge.
Ngicela ukuphinda ngibonge futhi kulona ikomiti ngoba lolo daba liye lwafika phambi kwekomiti ngasekuqaleni kwalonyaka zamenywe inhlaka ezithintakayo safika sazokwenza izethulo.
I am grateful that this matter has already reached the committee as we invited earlier this year to make our submission to this committee.
Okuyisicelo nje sengizohlala phansi ngiyacela ukuthi uma ngabe iParliament livula ke niyenze site visit nifike kule ndawo nizobuka ukuthi yini umehluko ekhona nobani azochaza ukuthi
I
yini
appeal that when you resume your duties in Parliament, you come here to do an oversight so that you could see yourself what could be done at this area.
Sinethemba ke lokuthi uma ngabe indaba seyize yafika eParliament likazwelonke ayikho into eyedlula lapho.
We hope that if the matter has reached the National Parliament, there is no other way they will be able to attend to us.
Kuningi engabe siyakucela kodwa njengoba amasimo engekho sizokucela sikwenzini ngoba amasimo awekho sicela ukuthi silekelelwe ukukline umfula loya ahamba amanzi sibuyele silime bese sibuya sicela.
There are many issues that we are going to ask to be assisted with, but unfortunately we won't be able to do anything unless we deal with this issue of removing this water and make it flow into this river.
Nakuba kukhona ke imizamo ngemhlangano ekhona okunye noma silalela sibone ukuthi yebo kuyathembisa kodwa ayikho into eyenzakalele kwamanje ngicela ukugcizelela ukuthi siyacela liphinde lingenelele iParliament uqinisekisa ukuthi umsebenzi uyenziwa ehambe.
Meeting has been several meetings have been conducted, but nothing has materialized so far. We appeal to this Parliament to come and assist us to ensure that this water is removed.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu ithuba.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Sbu.
Siyabonga Sbu.
Ngicela ukubingelela ihambeli zethu eyisuka eParliament.
Greetings to our visitors from Parliament.
Ngokuhlukana kwabo ngezikhundla zabo.
With all protocol observed.
Ngibingelele nomphakathi.
Greetings to the members of the community.
Isihlangene nawo lapha ngiyawubingelela wonke.
Greetings to all of you as we have gathered here.
Mina ke igama lami ngingu Mathamsana Edna Changase.
My name is Mathamsana Edna Changase.
Wase Ward 1 ngaphansi kwenkosi yakwaSokhulu.
From Ward 1 under Inkosi of Sokhulu.
Umasipala.
And under Umfolozi municipality.
Ngizothi la ngiyabonga kakhulu ngokufika kwenu nize kuthina nizothola eyethu imbono ngalomthetho sivivinywa enifika nawo wezomlilo.
We are grateful that you have decided to consult us on this bill that is being proposed on Veld fires.
Nenze okuhle kakhulu ngiyakusekela kakhulu ngoba umlilo musufikile ubhubhisa konke.
I support this bill because once the Veld fire has started, it destroys everything.
Mina ke owami umsebenzi njoba ngigugile nje ngumlimi ngilima ama-veg.
As old as I am, I'm a farmer. I'm also farming vegetables.
Okukhulu kakhulu ngusupporta lomthetho enifike nawo. Ngiyacela ukuthi umsebenzi wami bengilima ama-veg njengoba uhulumeni wethu wenza into enhle kakhulu wathi ingane azidle esikoleni.
I'm farming vegetables, and we appreciate what was introduced by government that there should be feeding scheme at schools for our children to get food.
Ngilima ama-vegetables. Uyabona i-order izothi ifuna 400 katamatisi wamakisi
I used to do farming vegetables like tomatoes. Sometimes we'll get an order for 400 cases of tomato.
Ifune 300 wamasaka ekabish.
300 sacks of cabbages
Ifune 200 wamasaka ka anyanis.
and 300 sacks of onions.
Bengikwazi ukukhipha lokho.
I was able to meet that demand.
Kodwa manje umnotho awusekho. Afikile amanzi. Ashabalalise yonke lawo masimi besilima wona siyama co-op.
Unfortunately, we are able to produce anything. The water has flooded our area, so we are unable to do anything as co-ops.
Siyacela ke ukuthi ke nithi la emlilweni manufakile namanzi niwafake ngoba njengoba kwathiwa nje kuzoba ne climate change isingenile.
As you are addressing the issue of fed fires, we are also appealing that you also address the issue of water. We are aware that there was also an issue of climate change. Surely it is arrived.
Ingene nje bantabami ayisahlehlele emuva.
As it has started, there is no turning back.
Silindele ilanga nje elimangalisayo elizofika esingazi noma lofika. Silindele imvula enkulu engafika asazi noma yofika.
We are expecting a lot of rain. We don't know when it's going to come, but it's coming.
Yeah. Siyacela ke ukuthi kulomthetho sekelo nisifakela amanzi ukuthi wona uma efika uhulumeni usenze njani kuwona ngoba bayabhekelwa abezindlu ezihambile.
It is my appeal that when you attend this matter, please also address this issue of water, because when there is flooding and people's houses are affected, the government used to assist them.
Kodwa thine emanzini njengoba singalimi indawo sihlisi singenzi lutho.
As there is water, we are unable to farm, and I've never heard anything. How are you going to assist us?
Nakho ke ebengikucela ukuba nisihambele nako batakwethu masenifike eParliament nibeke ukuthi kwasokhulu phansi kwenkosi uMthiyane siyafa indlala sinamandla ethu.
It is my appeal that when you go to Parliament, please report this matter that from Kwasokulu under Inkosi Umthiyane, we are suffering whilst we have all the powers to help ourselves.
Bese ngithi ke isincomo sami kuloko umsebenzi ngeke wenziwe ngelanga ukuyosikhipela la amanzi ngiyakholwa kuzothatha iminyaka.
I believe this is not a once off, is a one day work. It will take a number of years to remove this water.
Simcela uhulumeni ukuthi kukhona yini indawo eyibala lenga sinika khona sihambe siyolima asinike siyawezwa amaplaza.
We are just of the view if is there any available land which the government can allocate to us in the meantime, because we have heard that there are a number of farms which are in the hands of government.
Mudlule empangeni ushona leko Hittonville ukhuphu kuya ngaseshowe alela amaplazi awana lutho awenziwa lutho.
From Empangeni to Hilton towards Melmoth, there are a lot of plazas which are unutilized.
Hamba uye ngase Vryheid lapha ko Gluckstadt awenziwa lutho alela amaplazi kahulumeni.
Go further to Gluckstadt around Vryheid, the government farms are not underutilized.
Sicela ke nifike nisicelele batakwethu singaze siphelelwa amandla singene emgodini singawasebenzisile sihambe siyolima izingane lezi ezilambayo uhulumeni azondlayo sikwazi ukumlekelela.
We appeal that please give us a chance to go and do the farming so that we'll be able to assist the government and because the government is also assisting us with our children by giving them grants.
Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you.
Ngibonge sihlalo,
Thank you, Chair.
ngicela ukubingelela kuqala ama main stakeholders umphakathi okhona lapha.
I would first like to greet the main stakeholders, the community that is present here,
Bese ngiyabingelela amalungu onke eParliament nabahlonishwa bonke abakhona.
and also greet all the members of parliament and all the honorable members.
Igama uSthembiso Thethwayo
My name is Tembiso Tetwayo
from Ward 1 KwaSokhulu ngaphansi kwenkosi uMthiyane,
From-
and I'm the member of the Economic Freedom Fighters.
from Ward 1 Kwa-Sokhulu under Inkosi Mthiane, and I am a member of the Economic Freedom Fighters.
Ebesizokuraiser ke lapha
What we have. Umasipala uqhamuka kuwona baba.
umfolozi Ward 1.
Umfolozi Ward 1.
Ngenhlahla ke sihlalo sengizoba mfishane njengayi height yami.
Luckily, Chair, I will be brief, just like my height.
Ngoba phambi kwami ngibonile kakhulu abazali bethu baphume ngomningi babo okungijabulisayo kakhulu okuningi sebekurezile sibhekene nakho.
Because prior to me speaking, I saw a lot of our parents. They came out in numbers and they have raised most of the issues.
Inkinga nje enkulu ababhekene nayo ile yesimangaliso wetland park.
The biggest problem that they are facing is that one of Simangaliso Wetland Park.
Ingezinye izimbangela zamanzi abakhuluma ngawo ahlasela amasima kaSokhulu.
It is one of the causes that they refer to of the water that is invading the fields of Sokhulu.
Ngoba ke sihlalo asilindile abantu abasuka la ongaziwa khona.
Because
Uma ngabe-
Chair, we are not waiting for people who we do not know where are they going to come from.
Uma ngabe belapha basekugcineni
When they are here, they are at the end of the road.
sicela uhulumeni uthathe isinqumo mayelana namanzi ahlasele lamasimi
We
esikhule ngawo nathi.
We request that government takes a decision about this water that is invading the fields that has raised us.
Siyacela ukuthi uhulumeni uyeke ucompromise abantu ngenxa yokupleasa lamabhuna agcwele lapha esimangaliso.
We request that the government stop compromising the lives of people because they are trying to please the Boers who are full at Simangaliso.
Loya mlomo odala ukuhlasela kwamanzi emasimini awuqhamukanga emoyeni njengemana uvalwe abantu isinqumo kunesinqumo ukuthi awuvaleke.
That mouth that creates or causes the water to infiltrate the fields did not just come out of nowhere. It was caused by people.
Sicela ke izwe lingaphezulu izwi labantu abalivotele luthatha isinqumo esingaphezulu esingephikiswe ukuthi lwamlomo awuvuleke abantu beqhubeke nokulima.
We request the highest voice, the voice of the people, the voice that was voted by the people to take a decision and state that that mouth should be open so that people can continue farming.
Abantu mangabe beyekhungweni zokuvota basuke belindele ukuthi bathumela abantu abazokhuluma idingo zabo. Hayi ukuthi sigcine ngama talk show kodwa sikumele lokho kubonakala ezenzweni inqumo ithatheke.
When people go to voting stations, people are usually expecting that they are voting for people who are going to represent them and stand for their their wishes. We should see that happen. Decisions must also be taken.
Bengitheke sihlalo sengiqeda ngiyayisupporta ibhili ngesizathu sokuthi include abaholi bethu bomdabu.
I had said, Chair, as I conclude, that I support the bill mainly because it also includes our traditional leadership,
Kodwa with amendments.
but with amendments.
Sicela ukuthi ibill
We request that the bill
ikhulume ngama career path kuma institutions afana no working on fire.
it must also speak about the career paths in institutions like working on fire.
Sicela uhulumeni to regulate a standard of life given to workers working for these institutions.
We request that the government begelele indlela ke abasebenzi abasebenza kulezi inkampani abaphila ngayo.
They are paid far less than the cost of living.
Bakhokhelwa imali encane kakhulu kunezindleko zempilo.
Far less than the cost of basic services and basic movement.
Bakhokhelwe futhi ke nemali encane kakhulu ukuze ke bakwazi ukugcina izidingo zabo kangako nokuthi ke bakwazi ukuya noma ukuhamba ukuya endaweni abafisa ukuya kuzona.
Ngamanye amazwi uhlala ibhili ayingazibi lento yama career path nama job opportunities for young people abacwile esidakamizweni ngenxa ukuthi ithemba liko.
In other words, Chair, the bill must not ignore the career path and the job opportunities for young people who are now drowning in drugs because they have no hope.
Ku possible ukuba ikomiti eli effective okwaziwayo nje ukuthi wonke ama committee ngaba khona thina la isihamba khona noma sinyakaza kukhiqizeka amathuba emsebenzi.
It is possible to be a committee that is known for action, so that even wherever you go, it is known that job opportunities are created.
Hlalo kulama associations ibhile ekhuluma ngawo.
Chair, in these associations that the bill refers to,
besicela ukuthi ibhili ingabi silent on the opportunities that will come out of those associations.
we request that the bill should not be silent about opportunities ayovela ngenxa ke yalawo ma associations.
Angabi nje association ugcina abantu bebusy kodwa ama budget ebeya kwezinye indawo.
Let it not be an association to keep people busy while the budgets are diverted somewhere else.
There must be a regulated provision of skills and accredited trainings for members of these associations.
Kufanele ke kube khona indlela eqashiwe yokuqeqeshwa nokunikezwa ke kwezitifiketi kubantu abazongena kulama associations.
Kumele involve ibill kumele mangabe ichaza lento involve those unemployed young professionals abahleli nama degree emakhaya.
When the bill is being enacted, it must also be clear about those young educated people who are sitting at home with their degrees.
Uhulumeni okhona akumele uyiqhenye ngokuthi abantu aba unemployed abasha beze bebe baningi beze bekwazi ukuba inhlangano beze bebe namakomiti ekuthiwa unemployed graduate.
The current government should not be proud that there are such a lot of unemployed graduates to a point that they can form sort of structures or parties and they are called now unemployed graduates.
Those who are trained at university ngezinto ezithinta ezomlilo nendlela yokupreventa ngibona kanye kumele be provide ama trainings emakhaya kule ama projects lawana are involve amakhosi emphakathini.
Those who are trained in universities in terms of fire regulations or how to handle fire are the same people that should go and provide trainings in the rural areas, in the areas that are under the traditional leaders.
Ku prioritize bona abantu abasha bakulezo ndawo okune project kuzona kube khona into ekhuluma nge-educational opportunity for them to go there beyofunda befunde bazi ukuthi there's something back at home to work on.
The youth at those places where the projects are should be prioritized so that when they go out to get education, they know that there's something at the back where they come from waiting for them.
Okugcina ke hlalo okudala imlilo engalawuleki lento ye poor waste management.
Lastly, Chair, what creates uncontrollable fires is the issue of poor waste management.
Abantu esibona beqoqeleka udoti beklineleka ngeindlela ilaba abanemali abayi-minority.
Those, the people we see having their waste collected properly and their places cleaned properly are those ones with money, and usually they are the minority.
Emakhaya kulahlwa nomapi and awekho ama-consequences.
In the rural areas, people just throw anywhere and there are no consequences.
Awekho ama-consequences bebe kube kulahlwa nezinto ezi-flammable gcine sekuqubuka imlilo engathi ayaziwa ukuthi isukaphi kanti thola ukuthi yizo lezi zinto lezi engamanajiwe efana ne-waste management.
There are no consequences, and you find that they are also throwing away things that are flammable, and then a fire would break out, and then they would say they don't know where it comes from, but it's actually because of this unmanaged waste.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Thank you,
Inkululeko
Chair.
yomnotho manje.
Economic freedom now.
Yeah, you have represented the young ones. Thank you so much.
Sanbonani.
Greetings.
Ngibingelela ubuholi bonke esinabo.
Greetings to our leadership.
Ngiyathanda nje ukuthi ngibingelele uminister wethu ekhona phakathi kwethu.
I'd also like to greet our minister in
Ngithi kuye
front
nda.
of us.
Ndimacheroni. Arovozwa budi. Siyabonga.
Thank you.
Isifundazwe swethu mawuphumela ngaphandle kwaso iKZN
If you move out of KZN,
kunomqondo wokuthi abantu base KZN
there's
abathanda ukufunda ilimi ezinye zakwamanye ama province.
there's that tendency that people from KZN are not interested in learning other languages from other provinces.
Siyabonga.
Thank you.
Kafushane nje igama lami ngoDaniel Phumlanimba. Igama lami ngoDaniel Phumlanimba.
Njoba seyashilo, as he has said his name, Daniel Pumlani Niba.
Ngivela enkosini yasemanzimeleni.
I am from Inkosi of Isbeleni,
Unkosi Mzimela.
Inkosi Umzimela,
Kumasipala waseMlalazi.
and Mlalazi municipality.
Ngise committee ke le Moba.
I am in the sugarcane committee,
Umlalazi committee.
which is called Mlalazi Committee.
Engikubonile ukuthi noma sinawo ama challenges njengezwe lase South Africa.
What I've noticed is that even though we have challenges as South Africa,
Siyazama ukwa challenge nathi siwa correct siqondane nawo.
we try to come up with solutions or face the challenges,
Kodwa ke ngithi mina asikashayi khona.
but we have not yet come up with the exact solutions.
Namhlanje na ke sisenhlanhleni ngoba sazi ukuthi iParliament lihlala eTVini.
Today we are lucky because in our minds, Parliament is always in the TV,
Kodwa ke namhlanje silibona ngamehlo.
but today we see it live.
You are also on TV now as we speak, live yourself.
Siyabonga. Kukhona into engibonayo endeyisikhali esikhali kakhulu.
There's something that I am noticing.
Imfundo ngicabanga ukuthi iyona ezokwenza ukuthi wonke lama challenges sikwazi ukuwamela.
Owning livestock will assist us in facing these challenges,
Kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi approach yethu akuyona.
but I think our approach is not the correct one.
Imfundo yethu ayingenzi ukuthi ngikwazi ukuyimela.
Our education system doesn't help me to be an independent person.
Ingenza ukuthi ngithathe isikhwama ngihambe ngiye eGoli.
It makes me to take my belongings and go and look for job opportunities in Gauteng.
Uyibuza ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani umuntu onama degrees angasebenzi.
Then one starts to ask oneself as to why a person who has degrees is unemployed.
Asivumelane ukuthi silwa impi yesisu.
Let us agree that we are fighting a war of stomach.
Isisu asinawo amehlo.
The stomach doesn't have eyes.
Indlala ayinawo amehlo.
Poverty does not have eyes.
Uma ulambile nje udinga ukudla.
When you are hungry, you need food.
Noma ngabe uyiliphi iqembu lepolitiki.
Even if you belong to any political organization.
So lapho emobeni ngicela ukwenza isicelo.
So I just want to make a request.
Some years ago, ngabo late 1970s, early 1980s.
Eminyakeni ke edlule ngo 70s, early 80s.
Kwakukhona uhulumeni okwakuthiwa uZG.
There was government known as ZG.
uZG wasebenza ngempumelelo ngoba wayeseduze nabantu.
ZG government worked with success because it was closer to the people.
Khona manje akulula ukufinyelela kowethu uhulumeni usuka la ngikhona at the floor level.
At the moment, it is very difficult for me to reach the government from grassroots level where I am.
Insiza kusebenza zazixhaphakile.
Resources were easily found.
Ngesikhathi sikahulumeni lo engikhulume ngaye uhulumeni waKwaZulu ngaleso sikhathi.
During the era of Zulu government or ZG government.
Babenze into engicabanga ukuthi yayihlakaniphe kakhulu.
They came up with a very intelligent strategy.
Kukhona le migwaqo eyayenziwa phakathi kwamasimu okwakuthiwa imgombela noma amakhontolo. Amakhontos ayenziwa enzelwa ukucontrola imililo, enzelwa nokucontrola isoil erosion.
They built contours in order to control fires and control soil erosion.
Lawo makhontolo lawo ababewenzile ayenza kube ngcono ukubhula umlilo noma ukucima umlilo ngoba umlilo wawungakwazi ukusuka ngapha uye ngapha.
Those contours helped a lot because they would assist in extinguishing the fire or to prevent the fire from spreading from one side to the other side.
Khona manje sekwaba ngamahlathi asinawo amagrader okuvuselela lawo makhontolo.
Today, what has happened, you find that in those contours, there are bushes. We don't even have graders to clear these bushes.
So siyacela kakhulu kuhulumeni wethu.
We therefore request from our government.
Kinina njengeparlament ukuthi siyacela ke nisisondezele ama equipment okusebenza emasimini eimoba.
We request that please, as our government, provide us with resources so that we can be able to work in these sugarcane farms.
Njengamanje indlela okunzima ngakhona.
At the moment, what we are experiencing is difficulty.
Abalimi abaningi bayayeka ukulima umoba.
Most of the farmers have decided to stop farming
because of ama expenses esihlangana nawo.
Because of the expenses that we are experiencing.
Ilitha ka diesel njengamanje ibheke ku 30 rand.
A liter of diesel is plus minus 30 rands at the moment.
Upoison esiusebenzisayo ukubulala ukhula is around 1,000 rand 5 liter.
The amount for the poison that we use to kill the weeds, it's plus minus 1,000 rands per 5 liter.
Noma sewunayo imali kodwa lezi zinto akulula ukuyithola.
Even if you have money, these things are not readily available.
Because awekho amadepo aseduzane la singathola khona zonke lezi insizakalo esifunayo.
Because there are no depots where one could just find all these resources that one needs.
Uma uhamba phakathi kwamakhaya la alimi moba uzothola kunogandaganda osewalala phansi kwesihlahla umlimi wayezama ngesikhathi eqede uthola imali waye kumsebenzi wathi uzolima ayisekho imali to maintain lawo ma equipment.
If you move around in the community, you'll find a number of tractors parked, not used, because the farmers are unable to afford to maintain these tractors.
So siyacela kakhulu indaba yo diesel indaba yokusebenza umhlabathi akulula kakhulu kuthina esingama small cane growers.
May you please assist us on the issue of the price of diesel. To us as small grain growers, we find it difficult to continue with our farming.
Bengicela ke okugcina ukuthi iParliament lethu ke lisivalele indlela ebheke emadolobheni.
Lastly, I request our parliament to close the roads that are going to towns.
Ngoba uma ngilambile angeke ngihlale ekhaya ngizohamba ngedolobheni.
Because when I'm hungry, I won't sleep at home. I'll be forced to go to town.
Sicela ke ni investe la kuma rural areas la sihleli khona.
May you please invest in rural areas where we stay.
eThekwini kuthiwa ayisekho indawo yokungcwaba.
They say in Durban there is no place for graveyards.
Umuntu makangcwatshwe la ivela khona ngoba akekho umuntu waseThekwini.
One must be buried from where one comes from,
But
because in Durban the grave sites are no longer available.
Sizohlala kanjani lapha silambile?
So now how are we going to stay in our areas if we are experiencing hunger?
Kumsizani umuntu ofuna ukuba umakhenika ukuthi wena uthi akaye euniversity.
Someone who is a mechanic, how does that assist him if you say to him, go and improve your skill at a university?
So sicela ke singabambezeli intsha yethu umuntu akavunyelwe ngokukhulumeni athole nesupport ukuthi uma ngabe efuna ukubaza uma ifuna ukushuka ikhumba umsaphi ku matric lo muntu lo uzosizakala nini ngoba noma eya ku matric uzohluleka ngoba akakhona la afuna ukuya khona.
We therefore propose that the issue of education shouldn't be emphasized that much, because when one is educated, one does not get any help. People should be taught to do artwork so that they'll be able to survive from the skills that they have.
Ndolebo.
I know you have much to say
Ngiyazi ukuthi ke kuningi ofuna ukusho,
and then still write
ungayobhala ke kulela form kuloko
other
ngokusho.
stuff that you think you've omitted.
Kuloko ke ocabanga ukuthi ukushiyile.
Dankie. Ngibingelele chairperson of this committee and the committee itself at large. My name is Carl Modise. I'm a resident in Ward 3 in Richards Bay. My name is Carl Modise.
Igama lami nguKhan Modise ngihlala la kumasipala wase Richards Bay.
In Ward 3.
Ward 3.
In Richards Bay proper.
Khona lapha edolobheni Richards Bay.
Yeah, and the people's shepherd ohlezi on my left hand side.
Greetings to the chairperson on my left hand side.
The people's shepherd on the left hand side. The people's shepherd on the left hand side.
Umelosi ngapha esandleni sethu sokunxele.
Mfokeng.
Mfokeng.
Thank you. I just wanted to, my contribution is I'm sitting as the chairperson of Sukuma Sake in the ward.
Lapha ke wadini yami ngiusihlalo walolu hlelo kuthiwa uSukuma Sake.
And I'm also the ward committee member there.
futhi ngiyilunga ke le committee.
The first thing that I wanted to my input is around some of what the bill seeks to mitigate or to see happening in law.
Okwami nje ngifisa ukuthi ngigalele ngakho kulesichibeko somthetho sivivinyo ukuthi lo mthetho sivivinyo uhloso ukwenzani ngokomthetho.
Mengizothi my input ekuqaleni kule it must provide for the facilitation of the formation. Mengicela my input can the law that we are trying to put across actually be compelling? I say this, Chairperson, because when we had the recent floods in KZN,
Ngiyeza ukuthi umthetho uthi kufanele kodwa ngokubona kwami umthetho bekufanele ke ungabi ukuthi akulekelele kodwa umthetho uphoqe njengoba ngenza nje sibonele ukuthi lezi ikhukhula esando kuyibona KwaZulu Natal.
Yeah, we learned that the alignment of the legislation or the legislation that was then needed to disperse the necessary response found us wanting. I'm saying until today you are finding certain things are not happening in response to those floods.
Izinto ke ezayigunyazwa umthetho sithola ukuthi noma ukhona kumthetho emva kwalezi ikhukhula kodwa ukwazi ukuthi kusebenzeke kwenzeke ngenxa yokuthi umthetho ubekwe ngalolu hlelo obekwe ngalo.
So with this bill, I'd really like to input and say, can it not be found wanting when the situation arises when 300 shacks have burnt and then everyone else is running around, or when farmers have lost their livelihoods as a result of a fire and then we don't know how to really respond because the law in its full...
Bengicela ukuthi umthetho ungavele nje unkande awucacise ngoba uzothola ukuthi kusho imkhukhu mhlambe ngamakhulu amathathu noma umlimi kuvele kwaqubuka iqubuka lomlilo kwase kusho indawo yakho alahlekelwa imfuyo umthetho ugcina ungakwazi ukumsiza uthola ukuthi umuntu useyagijima nje uyehla uyenyuka akazi ukuthi uzosizakala kanjani kodwa umthetho ubukhona.
And so that we don't leave the courts to interpret the law in a way that there's so many interpretations that ultimately the service that is needed by our people is not, we cannot be dispensed.
Asingagcini ke sishiyela ke uchazwa komthetho ezandleni zeinkantolo ngoba kugcina lapho nje kunezingcazelo eziningi okugcina ukuthi abantu bona bengakwazi ukusizakala.
As such, my input on this one is it should read to provide for the facilitation and the formation.
Awungathi nje awulekelela awuphinde uthi akulekelele kuphinde kwakhiwe.
Of these fire protection associations.
Uma kuzokwakhiwa lezi inhlangano lezi ke izonqanda zivikele ke umlilo lona wequbula noma wamadlelo.
So that there is commitment in law to those that will be responsible for being guided by it.
Ukuze ke laba bazobeke besingatha lo mthetho bekwazi ukuthi ube khona into ephathekayo bazosebenza ngayo.
Chairperson, the associations that currently exist are a fiefdom to a few currently, and it's because the law sits the way that it is. It's a certain clique that runs these associations.
Into inkinga ke sibhekene nayo ukuthi ke yebo ikhona ke inhlangano ezenza ke lo mlilo kodwa uyabona ukuthi ngathi inhlangano zeqeqelibana nje labantu abathize abasebenza ngendlela yabo.
As such, this bill should look into ensuring that fire associations could go as far as a ward level, where this law can inform that it should go as far as a ward level and not just leave it into the hands of the clique that owns fire control and fire education.
Asingagcini nje kuphela sibake neqeqebani labantu abalawula umlilo kodwa ke umthetho awucacise kube sobala ukuthi lezi inhlangano zokuvikelwa kwemililo ziyasabalala isabalela ngisho emawadini kungagcini nje kuba yilaba abacabangela into zabo lapha phezulu kungawuthinta umphakathi lapha emazingeni aphansi.
Chairperson, my other input, Chair, is around, from what I've observed on the bill, there's no direct guidance to the private sector in as far as their role, responsibilities, and response in law. When it is then interpreted, there's no real direct talking to the private sector.
Uma ngibheka lo mthetho khona nomthetho sivivinyo awucacisi kahle ngqo ukuthi ke lezi inkampani ke zizimele noma ke laba bayizimele ubathinta kanjani uthini ucacisa ukuthi ukhuluma ngabo uthini ngqo ubone.
I say this, Chairperson, looking at where we find that if a petroleum tanker is running on our roads and it explodes in the bush in the middle of nowhere or khona lana emzingazi nje, all we simply get is, oh, the tanker exploded, ipetrol yachitheka, izindlu zasha, and that's it.
Inkinga ekhona ukuthi ke mangabe njengoba uhamba nje ubona mhlambe ama truck athola upetrol iyagenqeka kuyasha nje lapho akwazi ukuthi kuzokwenziwa njani.
As such, the bill should look at more preventative law that when in the event that those events happen, we know exactly what needs to happen.
Umthetho kawucacisa ukuthi uma ngabe sihlangabezana nenselele enjalo uthi umthetho sizokwenza one lokhu nalokhu nalokhu.
The bill is, as you've written, it seeks to also address issues of compelling municipalities, state entities, and the likes. It has omitted the private sector. It has also omitted the issue of roads. You've got a company like Sunral.
Uma ubheka lo mthetho sivivinyo nje obukhona awuyithinti lezi ezinye inkampani ezimele uyabuya uthinta umasipala nezinye inhlangano kodwa ke awuchazi awumthinti laba bangamele ezemgwaqo uSunral ngoba phela nazo izinto zenzeka lapha kwaSunral emgwaqweni.
Sunral does not necessarily own land, but it has got roads, road infrastructure, which is not in law defined as land. So if we could also assist there so that the law is then responsive to the things that happen we see on our freeways, on our road networks.
Yizeke uSunral engenawo kumhlaba kodwa ke unomsebenzi awenzayo lapha emgwaqweni ngoba phela unemgwaqo umgwaqo uphethe uyena. Ngakho ziningi igameko ezenzeka la emgwaqweni okufanele zicacise ukuthi ke iliphi iqhaza uSunral ayolibamba uma kwenzeka izinto emgwaqweni wakhe niyoyibona yizeke noma engenawo umhlaba.
And lastly, with the compelling of municipalities, can the bill also talk and define the structures that probably should be within every municipality around their response to fires, whether it's residential, industrial, or public space? It must clearly define the roles of response.
Besicela ukuthi umthetho sivivinyo ucacise okusobala ukuthi kwamasipala kufanele kube nani nazo zonke ikhungo lezi ezisebenza ngomlilo zicacise ukuthi kufanele zenze njani uma ngabe kunesimo esiphuthumayo sequbuka ke umlilo.
In closing, the bill's name seeks to be changed from what it's originally sitting to what has been proposed there. I would propose that the naming of the bill must be deliberate in encompassing everything that is, so it's not just felt fire, it's felt residential, industrial fires, because these fires are happening in environments.
Ngicela ukuthi umthetho ungahlali nje obukhona nje obukhuluma ngomlilo weqhubu lama-field fires awuchazi ukuthi umlilo wamaqhubu wamadlelo umlilo ongenzeka lapha ezimbonini zezokusebenzela naseyindaweni ezisemakhaya ukuze ufake udidiyele yonke into ungagcini nje ngakho nesihloko sawo asicacise kwasihloko sawo singagcini sinje njengoba ngiphakamisa.
Because we don't want to be told it's not in law. Ngiyabonga.
Angifisi bese kuthiwa ke hayi lento okhuluma ngayo ayikho emthethweni. Thank you.
Amen.
Get colleagues, stakeholders that want to speak from this side.
Asithole ke abafuna ukukhuluma bazovela kulohlangothi la ngapha bazohlala lapha ezihlalweni. Ungayihlala lapha ezihlalweni.
you sign the register? You signed?
Yes, I did.
Eh?
Yes, I did.
No, now, before you speak.
I thought you were talking
No,
about the
no, you
outside.
need to start there first.
No, his hand was up, but unfortunately, you know,
Organization. And your cell number. This is my name, okay? Yes. Organization, I'm from Tetra Tribal Authority. I'm not from the organization. Tetra Tribal Authority. And your cell number? My cell number is above. Ngibingelele ngibonge kakhulu kusihlalo ngibingelele Minister
thank you very much. Thank you, Minister.
Be quiet.
Niyacelwa ukuthi nithule umsindo.
You can even move out quietly without causing, so that we can listen to the speakers.
Ofuna ukuphuma akaphume ngaphandle kokuba ngumsindo ningasiphazamisi.
Akusekuningi ke ngiyabonga Minister. Akusekuningi ke okufanele ukuthi umuntu akusho sekushiwo okuningi.
There's not much to say because a lot has been said, but
mina ngisuka kumasipala waseMfolozi.
I am from Mfolozi municipality
ebukhosini besizwe sakwaMthethwa
under the leadership of Mthethwas.
Enguthinyiweyo ke uzobonga ukuthi uhulumeni abuye eze phakathi kwabantu.
What I've been sent to say is just to thank that the government has came to the people.
Ngoba kulivela kancane. My name is Sipho Mthembu.
Igama lami nguSipho Mthembu.
Kulivela kancane ke futhi ke ukuba thina ngalana eKZN sikwazi ukuba sizobona uhulumeni ngamehlo.
It is something which is very rare for us here in KZN to see the government with our eyes.
Ekubeni ama problems esinawo angaphezulu kwamahlombe ethu.
And yet our problems are very big.
Ngithunywe ke lapha yana ukuthi konke okukhulunywa lapha siyayincoma kakhulu iamendment bill.
I've been sent to indicate that we really appreciate this amendment bill.
Kodwa isicelo esikhona lapha yakithina sinamasimu thina kwakulinywa lapha ya ezweni lakithi noma indaweni yakithi.
But the request that we have is that we used to have farms in our area, we used to plow.
Kunemfula futhi eyayingashi namanje isekhona leyo mfula kodwa manje iproblem esinayo.
We used to have rivers that never ran out or ran out of water, but today
le mfula yayikhona selokhu kwafika idimonia kwathi izindonga ezazakhiwe ngabelungu bamaplazi asebahamba zadilika. Sesiye kakhulu isikhathi esiningi sihambe sireporta kuhulumeni sicela ubazosivusela izindongo ze amanzi ame emfuleni ingashi.
Ever since we had pneumonia, we experienced the rate of high water evaporation. Now, there were dongas or walls that were built by the government. Unfortunately, they fell. We've been requesting that those walls be re-erected, but up to today, nothing has happened.
Esicelayo ke namhlanje na sizocela ukuthi uhulumeni asincede avuselele lezi ndonga leziyana ngoba okay baba.
Our request is that the government should assist us in rebuilding those walls
ukuze sihlale amanzi sinawo sibuyele nasekulimeni njengoba abantu babelima,
so that we will have water and we'll be able therefore to plow as before.
Amasimu namhlanje nasemile izihlahla sicela nemshini ukuba uhulumeni asize umasipala ngemshini ukuze kuhambe kosikwa izihlahla leziyana ukuze abantu baqhubeke nokulima ngoba ikhona indawo yokulima.
We can no longer plant because there are trees that have grown in our plantations. We also request for tractors that will assist in uprooting those trees so that we'll be able to plow again.
Sicele futhi nakuba uhulumeni asisize ngogandaganda bokulima ngani ngoba siyazi bafika uhulumeni athi ulethe ogandaganda afika bethule kuthina sijabule emveni kwalokho bathathwe labo ogandaganda bangazi ukuthi bahambe bayaphi bengasincedanga ngalutho.
We also request that the government should assist us with tractors. Now, what usually or normally happens is that when you ask for these resources, the government will deliver these tractors, but after some time, the government will come back and take them, and we don't know where these tractors end up.
Besicela ukuthi ke usefike uhulumeni omkhulu ukuba akenze ne follow up kuma problems esuke sinawo. Uma siwethula kuyena akenze I follow up kwamasipala ukuthi kuhambe kanjani kwagcina kuphi ngani ngoba njengoba silapha nje omasipala bangakhuluma kahle lapha kodwa uma sisibuyela emuva bayohlala phansi babe sekuma waiting room.
We request that the government should make sure that when addressing our problems, the government must come and do oversight to find out as to what happens to our problems, because as we are talking here, we are aware that municipal representatives are here, but once you leave, nothing is going to happen. Therefore, we request you to come back and do oversight.
Siyabonga kakhulu ke ukufika kohulumeni siyayincoma kakhulu ibhili entsha.
We really appreciate the presence of our government. We also support the bill. Thank you.
Madam Chair, good afternoon to you and good afternoon to everybody at the table and everybody in the house here.
Masibingelele ke kuwe sihlalo, sibingelele kuwo wonke umuntu osetafuleni, ngokunjalo nawo wonke umuntu olapha endlini.
Madam Chair, and also there's a lot of members within our communities that are on the floor here today that are also within the areas that I manage, which I will tell you about now.
Sihlalo kunamalungu ke amaningi omphakathi akhona la endlini kuzo lezi zindawo engisebenzela kuzona engizozethula lapha kuwe khona manje.
And many of them are timber growers or they farmers within the area. So ngibingelela nonke namhlanje futhi.
Abanye babo bangabakhulisi noma bangabatshali bakathimba futhi bangabahlali kule ndawo. I greet you all in this house.
Madam Chair, I run the Fire Protection Association here at Zululand.
Sihlalo imina ke ophethe ke I-Fire Protection Association lapha eZululand.
And it encompasses 3 municipalities.
Uyihamba ke ngamele omasipala abathathu.
Name, please.
Sorry, Madam Chair, it's Tony Roberts.
Igama ngigu Tony Roberts.
And I'm from the Zululand Fire Protection Association and I cover numerous wards.
Ngiqhamuka ke kwi-Zululand Fire Protection Association kanti ke singamele ke ama-ward ambalwa.
Madam Chair, my whole area spans from the Tugela River in the south all the way up to Cozy Bay in the north.
Indawo yethu ke isuka lapha ke Tugela River ukuya le eCozy Bay.
Pongola in the in the northwest, and then down to Mandeni in the southwest.
Ipongola kuze kuyofika le eMandeni.
So all these plantation areas, the Sokulus and Zalabantus and all the way down to down towards the Tugela rivers, all the game reserves, sugarcane farmers, land restitution, land reform, they all fall under me as far as fire is concerned.
Zonke ke lezi zindawo zamaplazi ukusuka ke go Sokhulu go Nzalabantu ukuya ke kwezinye izindawo zonke zingenele okanye ziwela ke ngaphansi kwami.
So Madam Chair, the issues that we've been finding is because I cover a lot of municipalities. I've got 3 district municipalities and 10 local municipalities.
Sihlalo ke izinkinga esinazo zinkulu ngoba ke ngibhekele ke omasipala ke abathathu ngiphinde ama district amathathu ngiphinde ke ngizobhekela ke omasipala abalishumi ngaphansi kwethu.
Some of our municipalities fail to acknowledge that they are supposed to comply with the Act 101 of 1998 and that they're supposed to be members.
Abanye ke bomasipala bethu bayahluleka ukulandela ke umthetho ka 101 ka 1999 ukuthi ke kufanele ke babe ngamalunga.
So that has become a challenge, so the Act needs to really sort that out, the new bill.
Lokho ke nakho kube inkinga lokhu kufanele ke kucaciswe la kulomthetho sivivinyo.
Can you list them?
That's a name and shame, Madam Chair.
Yeah, do that.
Sekungaba ukubahlaza lokho sihlala.
You need to do that.
Kuthiwa ke kwenze
So
lokho
that in the
mnumzane.
meantime, prior the bill is passed into an act of parliament, we must follow them up to comply.
Kuthiwa kuzofaneleka kwenze lokho ngoba ke kuzawuthi mangabe lo mthetho uyophasa le parliament kuyofanele bakulungise ukuze bezohambisana nomthetho.
Madam Chair, you put him at a spot. No, I'll write it down, Madam Chair.
Okungcono
Thank you.
ngiyokubhala phansi sihlala.
Yeah. Madam Chair, then we also have a lot of our own timber growers. And we heard just now, small-scale farmers that have properties, but they don't have any firefighting equipment.
Sihlalo nathi ke sinabo abethu abangabalimi bethimba sizwile futhi kukhona ke abalimi abasafufusa abangawona ke amalunga.
For 13 years now, I've been here. I have spoken to a lot of these communities and offered them options of being members of the association. And remember, we can't do this at a cheap rate.
Sengihlaleke lapha iminyaka u13 kanti ke sengikhulume namalunga amaningi alomphakathi sizama ke ukubanikeza ke nezinye indlela abangajoyina ngazo ke lama associations kodwa ke asikwazi ukwenza ke mahala.
But there has to be a nominal fee to be members of the association.
Kukhona ke imadlana ethize ekhokhwayo ukuze ke ube lilunga lale association.
Furthermore, we can facilitate the members of the association to get firefighting equipment if they're members at less 25% discount.
Phezu kwalokho siyakwazi ukulekelela amalunga ale association ukuthi akwazi ukuthola izinsiza zokulwisana nomlilo ngentengo eyehliswe cishe ke ngo25% uma kuphela bengamalunga.
That way it also gives us an option to be able to work closely with them and divide them up into different fire wards.
Ngaleyo ndlela lokho ke kusenza sikwazi ukusebenza ke eduze nabo futhi sikwazi ukuthi sibahlukanise ngezigaba zabo ezehlukene.
And the law is very clear that every landowner needs to have fire breaks, and that is where we can assist or facilitate.
Kanti ke nomthetho ke ucacile nje ukuthi wonke umnikazi womhlaba kufanele ke abe namabhande omlilo ilapho ke lapha singena khona sikwazi ukuthi silekelele futhi ke sibasize kuloko.
Where the communities can do it themselves, they don't have to hire in big vehicles.
Umphakathi ungakwenza wona qobo lwawo asikho isidingo sokuthi ke bagcine beyoqasha imoto ke ezinkulu.
And through that they also they would have access to fire weather, so they would know when to burn and when not to burn.
Ngaleyo ndlela futhi bangaphinde ke bazi ke isimo sezulu esihambisana nomlilo okungachaza ukuthi ke bangaba nalo ulwazi ukuthi ke kungavumeleka nini ukushisa okanye kungavumeleki nini ukushisa umlilo.
And then many times we implore that they do not burn on weekends, Saturdays and Sundays.
Ezikhathini eziningi siyasibacela ukuthi ke bangashisi ngempela sonto kungaba ke umgqibelo nesonto.
So in closing, Chair, it's just really to inform the House, and a lot of them know me because I've heard some of them at the back.
Sengiqedela nje sihlalo ukuthi ke ngazise indlu kanti ke futhi abaningi babo bayangazi futhi ngibazwile abanye bekhuluma njengoba ngihleli lapha emuva.
The association is here. It already spans 410,000 hectares, excluding Ngonama Trust, which is in the bill.
Association ikhona isinawo cishe umhlaba lapha ya ku 410,000 hectares kodwa ubeke ngaphandle kuphela ke iNgonyama Trust njengoba kuvele lapha ya emthethweni.
And we have 170 odd plus members.
Sinamalunga alapha ya ku cishe ku 170.
And we're always willing to work with communities, Chair.
Futhi ke sihleze sizimisele ukusebenzisana nomphakathi sihlala.
And that is it. And all I want to do is just wish them well for the fire season ahead.
Lokho nje bengifisa ukusho nokubafisela ke okuhle kulesikhathi somlilo esibhekene naso.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee.
Siyabonga sihlalo, sibonge nasekomitini.
Good afternoon to the Chair, members of Parliament,
Siyabingelela
our
sihlalo
officials,
namalungu eParliamente nabasebenzi,
and all members out here, and all traditional leaders.
baholi
I'm-
bendabuko nabo bonke abantu.
My name is Mandy Michael. I'm a ward committee member, and also I'm a chairperson for Brackenham Civic Association.
Sobe seshona nothi uyilunga ke lalezi inhlangano akuzona.
Okay, firstly, I'm in full support of the bill.
Oqala nje ngiyawuxhasa lo mthetho sivivinywa.
The problems we're having in our resident right now in our ward is the green belt. We around the green belt.
Inkinga ke sibhekene nayo lapha emphakathini wethu singachaza ukuthi nje sikwindawo ekwi green belt.
The green belt is a big problem because residents are burning the green belt due to theft. We have the so-called paras are sleeping there, living there, and they are breaking into houses.
Inkinga ke khulu ke kunabantu vela sebehlala asebeyihlalela nje emgwaqweni bayashisa bayizinto eziningi bagcina bengashisi kuphela nje udot bagcina sebeze bezoqhekeza nokuqhekeza.
And this is leading to residents burning the green belt.
Lokho kugcina sekukholela ukuthi ke kube khona nemililo.
Another issue we have in our ward is vacant lands. There's plenty of lands available which hasn't been issued out in the community for the past few years by the previous councillor.
Isikhathi inkinga esinayo ke lezi indaba nje eyivulelekile ikhona engakaze zabelwe kumphakathi sekunesikhathi eside abantu ngabe lezi indawo inikezwe kumphakathi.
And then another problem we're facing in Ward 26 is electric poles. It's the treated poles that we have.
Enye inkinga ke sinayo ke lapha kwa Ward 26 ilama pali noma lana madi lana afakwe ke ilokhuzana itiyela elimnyama.
The treated poles are getting rotten and catching a light, which is spreading onto houses. From November till now, we've had like 5 houses being burnt in Ward 26.
Inkinga ke khona pa Ward 26 lama pholi ke lama pali lana kasuke ke emnyama uma esebola agcina bole bese ke ethatha ke umlilo. Miningi nje cishe imize isihlane eseyaba nenkinga yokuthi ke ugesi mase esebolila hogela ugesi bese ke sekuyasha.
So this is a major problem with us in Ward 26. The electrical problem and the vacant lands are a major problem with overhead lands that's not being attended to.
Into eyona nkinga enkulu kwesibhenabo lapha ku Ward 26 lezi imhlaba lo ongenabanini lamapali asebola bese kuba le ndaba ke yokuthi nalawo mapali kahogela ke ugesi.
Thank you.
Ngiyabonga. Sorry.
Is the same word where Councillor Govender said is a ward councillor? It's a pity he's gone to the council meeting because I wanted him to explain how does it come.
Ngeshwa kusezowaphuma bengafisa kube khona kuchazayo.
But it's a matter we'll follow up with the municipality. Thank you.
Sizolandela kumasipala.
Ngibingelela iParliament.
Greetings to Parliament.
Ngokwegaba zabo.
According to your portfolios or your ranks.
Mina nguzakhona okaButhelezi
I am Zakona Butelezi.
from Ward 26.
Ngiphuma laphayana ku Ward 26.
Eqembini yes Mhlathuze eqembini elibusayo njengamanje iNkatha Freedom Party.
Ngilunga ke I am a member of IFP.
Ngiyanizwa baholi senikhulumile ngomlilo.
I hear you, leadership, having spoken about the fire.
Kodwa ke engicela ukukubuza mina ukuthi engakunderstand kahle ngokomlilo ukuthi uhulumeni mangabe eyichaza lento yakhe ukhuluma ngomhlaba ngizothini ihlahla into ekanjalo.
There's something I don't understand. When the government talks about this thing of fire, it touches issues of trees.
Uhulumeni wethu akakhulumi ngokuthi mangabe ushelo indlu kumele wenze njani.
Our government does not say anything concerning the house that is probably burnt. What is it that one must do?
Cause Ward 26 indawo ecishe kube yisilunganyana.
Because in Ward 26 is a place, you know, which falls under a developed area.
Kunezihlahla ezilengayo ezigaxelene nogesi.
There are trees that have grown in such a way that they touch the electrical wires.
Two, kunogesi ohamba njalo. Uyahamba ugesi uyacisha uyalayitha uyawazi ukuthi ngelilanga okosha indlu fanele wenze njani indlu mingenawo umshwarensi.
Another problem is the issue of load shedding. Now, one does not know as to whether what would happen if one day one's house burns down or one of the items in the house burns.
Three, sihlale eduze kwenkampani khangeke kushe lapha ubone sekuqhamuka umlilo. Mina ame ward committee bengifonele uma ngifonela icisha mlilo thiwa imoto azikho.
Thirdly, another problem that we have is that I'm staying next to a company.
Can I find out, is it ESCOM which is providing electricity to you or is the municipality?
Ngicela ukubuza ukuthi ngabe uEscom noma umasipala okusupplya ngogesi?
Yikho uEscom, Escom, yes.
uEscom yebo.
Yes. Yikho bengifuna ukubuza ukuthi lo mlilo okukhulunywa ngawo umayelana nani?
That is why I just wanted to find out as to the fire that we are talking about is in relation to what?
Noma uhulumeni uyicabangela yena yedwa ngokomhlaba ngoba ezogaina thina singezogaina lutho.
Or the government is just thinking in terms of the land because the government is going to gain. We as people, there is nothing that we are going to gain.
I thank you.
Ngiyabonga.
I like that challenge.
Ngiyayithanda ke lenselelo.
Ngiyabingelela amalungu eParliament ikakhulukazi kuhlalo wekomiti esihlangene ngalo la namhlanje.
I greet the members of parliament, more especially the chairperson of the committee that has brought us together today.
Igama lami ngingu Agrippa Magic Ndunakazi ovela kumlalazi municipality ku Ward 21.
My name is Agrippa
Magic Ndunakazi.
Magic Ndunakazi, who comes from Umlalazi, Ward 21.
Yes. Ngiseva ngaphansi kwe business sector ngiphinde ngibe ilunga labalimi abalima umoba.
I serve under the business sector and I'm also a member of the farmers who farm sugarcane.
Ngiyaweseka kakhulu umthetho sivivinywa ozophakanyiswa la ukuthi sibe ingxenye yayo ukuveza imbono yethu.
I support very much the bill that is in front of us today so that we can air our views.
Sihlalo ikhambi elilona lona ikhambi ukuvikela kunokuthi welaphe.
Chairperson, the cure or shall we say the solution is to prevent in against or versus actually having to deal with consequences.
Uma kunjalo ke hlalo nendlu umthetho sivivinywa ufuna sibeke imbono yethu.
If it is so, then Chairperson, the bill seeks that we provide our views.
Umbono wethu ke uthi ke ngaphansi kwalomthetho sivivinywa okukhulunywa ngawo.
Our views under the bill that is currently being discussed.
Sicela umthetho ophathelene nokusha
kwamadlelo namakhaya nemizi nani ucaciselwe bonke abantu abahlala ngaphansi kweNingizimu Afrika.
We request that the laws or the bill that speaks about the burning of veld fires, houses, homes, be clarified to all the people who live in South Africa.
Yebo. Ngaleyo ndlela kosizakala wonke umuntu.
In that way, everybody will be assisted or everybody will be in a better position.
Sicela ke ukuthi bonke izinhlangano nezinkampani nakho konke ukusebenza ukukhona kubambe iqhaza buphinde futhi bubekele umthetho oqotho ukuthi bekwazi ukuvikela ukusha kwemililo engenasidingo.
With that request that the companies and all associations and whatever is being done in terms of work be regulated by strong laws so that there would be a mitigation of these fires.
Sebekubekile ke abafowethu abakhulume ngaphambili ukuthi kuvele kwenzeke nje uthola ukuthi izinkampani ezinkulu ziwephule umthetho kungenzeki lutho kusale thina esingenabantu esiphuwa sisale esikhahlamezekwe imililo eshiswa ngamatraka adlule emgwaqeni nokunye nokunye.
The speakers who have spoken before me have already said that it does happen that big companies would do things that would cause fires. Maybe you find that a truck burns on the road and it burns the environment or the area, and nothing happens to them, and we would then be left alone as the poor people to deal with the circumstances.
Esicela ke ukufaka ngaphansi kwalomthetho sisekelo sihlalo ilokho okulandelayo.
What we request to put under this bill, Chair, is the following.
Sicela njengoba lapha eNingizimu Afrika izinga lomsebenzi livele liphansi.
As the employment opportunities in South Africans are very minimal,
Umthetho sivivinyo awukubeke ngaphansi kwawo ukuthi akube khona amathuba abantu noma amathuba omsebenzi abazosebenza ngekhathi ezithile lokho kubizwa kuthiwa ama seasonal workers. La kuzoqeqeshwa khona abantu abazohlala be on standby belinde nanoma iziphi zehlakalo ngokwehlukana kwezindawo ngoba umlilo uqhamuka ngendlela ezahlukene eindaweni ezahlukene.
we request that there be, it should be cleared on the bill that there should be a provision for people to be trained, people who would be seasonal workers, who would always be on standby because fire can come out from anywhere in different ways.
Kuphinde futhi kube khona ekhalendeni ngokwezimo zokuthi umlilo uqala nini endaweni ethile. Kube khona ama forum noma izithangami lapho khona okuzokwazi ukuthi uma sekuqale lesisikhathi semlilo kufanele abantu beqeqeshwe baqwashise ngokuthi sokuza isikhathi semlilo behlale bemi ngomumo.
There should also be on a calendar times that are marked that when those times are approaching, there should be training to people so that people would always be ready and be able to face whatever sort of fires they may face.
Siphinde futhi sibeke ukuthi sicela ukuthi imililo eminingi kakhulukazi ivela ezindaweni zethu thina esingathathi intweni. Ngaleyo ndlela akube khona izinto izicishamlilo ezibekwa ezindaweni zalabo abantu abangahlelelekile kunokuthi zihlale emadolobheni ngoba
we would also request that because most fires would come from us, the people who live in not so wealthy areas, that there should be resources that are placed within such areas, not that the resources would then be kept in towns.
ngoba vele imlilo isha uma kushe izinto zethu thina singenalutho akunakeki. Uma ngabe ufonela icishamlilo zisuka edolobheni zifika sokuphele yonke into.
Because when the fire burns and it burns our property as poor people, it really no attention is paid to that. And when you call the fire brigade, by the time they arrive, the fire would have destroyed everything.
Singathokoza kakhulu ke uma lomthetho ungenziwa ube mqoka kakhulukazi kuzimeya zethu, amakhansela ethu, amakhosi ethu la okuhlala khona laba abantu abangenalo usizo oluphathelene necishamlilo.
We would be very happy if this law would also be enacted to work in our places. Could it be our mayors, our councillors, as well as our traditional leadership, where the people who have no resources actually reside.
Bese kuthi ke gcineni nasezikoleni uma sokusondela isikhathi semlilo abafundi beqwashise ngomlilo ngiyabonga
And
Hlala.
also, in conclusion, at schools, when the fire season is approaching, the learners be educated about fire. Thank you, Chair. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Ngibingelele umphathi wohlelo neParliament lakhe.
Greetings to the chairperson and the members of parliament.
Sekukuncane ngizokusho ngoba okuningi sebekuthintile.
Just to say a few things because my previous speakers have already touched the issues.
Uma sikhuluma ngomlilo osihlupha kufanele ngizethule konje kuqala.
I'm supposed to introduce myself.
Ngubhenkosi wakancanana ngisuka ku 20 kumasipala wasemlalazi.
Benkos Nganana from Ward 20, Mlalazi municipality.
Kule yandawo esikuyo obanjini noma emthunzini mhlambe nizokwazi idolobha labelungu.
Where I'm coming from, Obanjeni, or which is famously known as Umtunzini.
Kuyindawo lima ngomoba kakhulu inomoba omningi nje kakhulu.
There is a lot of sugar cane that is farmed around there.
Engifuna ukubalula ngomlilo, umlilo uyasishaya thina singabalimi beimoba.
The fire is affecting us a lot as crane growers.
Ngoba umlilo uyasha ngisho imoba ivaliwe ubese uba nenkinga sokufanele uhlahle umoba wakho uyowutshinga ngoba awusazukwenza lutho.
Sometimes you will find that our sugar cane is affected by fire. Even during the off season, we will end up throwing away your sugar cane because it has already been destroyed by fire.
Mhlawumbe ngizobuyela kuleli phuzu lokuthi ukuba kungenzeka kube khona icishamlilo eziseduze okungathi uma usuka umlilo zibizwe ziuvimba ungakawenza umonakalo omkhulu okungasithokozisa lo.
I would appeal that if it's possible, make it possible to have a fire brigades which is within the proximity, so that if we encounter the issue, the challenges of fire, we'll be able to report and they will stop it before it create a lot of damage.
Nakuba kuyisicelo esikhulu lesi uhulumeni wethu ubukeke emanqikanqika ukwenza izinto eziza kuthina kakhulu.
Yes, it sounds like a challenge to our government because our government seems to be reluctant to give us things that we need.
Ngizothatha nje isibonelo njengamagreta ngoba nawo ayisivikeli sokuthi imlilo ingabhebhetheki kakhulu.
For an example, the issue of road graders which also assist in preventing fires.
Uvikela kanjani na ngokuthi imigwaqo le ephakathi namasimi ethu igreta umlilo ungabi lula ukweqa ngoba uma kunesikhotha ibhebhetheka zonke imoba zishe kodwa manje
these graders assist us because they normally grade the road between our sugar cane, so that if there is fire, the fire won't be able to cross over to another side, because if there is grass, it is easy for the fire to cross over to many sides.
Inkinga khona ke ukuthi omasipala bethu sabancishwa amagreta awusakwazi ukuthi ungacela igreta uthi ayokuvulela imigwaqo kunokuba iyokuvulela imigwaqo eseyimobeni ihluleka ngisho ukuvula imigwaqo la okufanele uhambe khona ngemoto.
It's a challenge. Our municipalities don't have enough graders. So because they are even unable to open these roads in our areas, how much more if you are requesting a grader to open a road on your sugarcane fields?
Siyafisa parliamente lethu ukuthi nibuke izinto esikhala ngazo njengoba sikhala singabalimi abancane sishelwa zimoba singasizakali siyafisa ukuthi nisiprovide ngalezi zinto esikhala ngazo at least kusivulele imigwaqo le kosiza ukuthi kube khona iprevention encane engenzeka.
We appeal to you to assist us as emerging farmers who are grain growers, because even these graders will be of assistance to us to open this road, because it will also help in the prevention of fat fires.
Uma ngabe ngilinyalelwe iplaza noma silinyalelwe amaplaza ethu siyafisa ukuthi sibe nezingcephezelo ukuze sikwazi ukuqhubeka kungabe sokuthi ngoba kufike ubhebhetheka kwemlilo asakwazi ukuqhubeka nokulima ngoba amaplaza ethu asefile.
We also appeal to be assisted financially about insurance, because after your sugar cane has been destroyed, you don't know where to go. You are unable to continue farming your sugar cane.
Ngoba thina saziwa njengokuthi asibona abalimi abasemthethweni ngoba asina amaplaza amakhulu, sinamaplaza nje amancane bese kuthiwa hayi nina anibona abalimi abakhulu ilaba abalimi abakwazi ukusizakala.
We are not regarded as farmers, because we are emerging farmers. They only assist those who have enough hectares of land.
Siyabonga kakhulu sicela nje ukuma lapho ngoba okuningi sobe sebevele bekuthintile.
Thank you very much, because some of the issues have already been raised by previous speakers.
Yeah. Kodwa bengifisa ukuthi njengoba sikhuluma lo mthetho kungabe ukukhuluma bese kungenzeki lutho emva kwalokho.
I'm appealing that as we are discussing this bill, it must not end up in these meetings, it must be implemented.
Oh, bengicela ukubingelela usihlalo neParliament lonke.
Greetings to Chairperson and the entire Parliament
Kunye nomphakathi ke wonke.
and the community at large.
Bengizocela ukuxolisa uma ngabe mhlambe sengena entweni ungafanele ukuthi vele khulunywe ngawo. Ngocela ke emva kwalokho ukulawulwa ngiqondiswe ukuthi ubani engakhuluma naye ngalento engithanda ukukhuluma ngayo.
May you please pardon me if whatever I'm going to discuss is irrelevant.
Kakhulu bengizocela isikhalo lapha ngendaba igama nguHamilton Mbatha.
My name is Hamilton Mbata.
Kona la kwadwani. Kona emhlathuze yeah.
Here at Mhlatuze.
Ya kakhulu ngiyengibone ku TV kuthiwa iParliament ngingazi ukuthi ngafika kanjani eduze.
I usually see Parliament on TV, but I didn't know as to how can I reach it.
Today you are in Parliament TV yourself.
Kuyangijabulisa ke lokho, kuyangijabulisa.
That makes me happy that I'm in Parliament.
Ngizokhuluma ngento engaze ngiyizwe nje khulunywa ngawo ngisho ema-radioweni ngaze ngiyizwe udaba lwamasonto. Lwamasonto. Isonto.
Oh,
churches.
I'm going to talk about something that I've never heard being discussed, the issue of churches.
Tina wamasonto asinake wena kuphi nakuphi.
We who are involved in church issues, we are, not taken care of.
Kodwa sibona thina senza omkhulu umsebenzi ngoba sishintsha lempilo zabantu bakuhulumeni.
We see ourselves as doing very important job because we are changing people's lives.
Sishumayeza abantu uqobo lwabo nabo abalambile singaso basiza ngani.
We preach to people who are hungry, whom we can't even know how are we going to help them.
Kakhulu kakhulu isicelo kumele nje oza kwethu esinabo la ukuthi ena obesicela ukuthi kusambe singakhelwe namaqhokovane okhosela uma sisebenza umsebenzi lo ubusonto ngoba lama amaqhokovane siwakhayo sibeka no sale kuyaphephuka uma kunomoya abantu basalede ngwayo.
My request is that, is it not possible for the government to build churches for us? Because the ones that we are using, the tents, when it is windy, they just get blown away.
Kakhulu kakhulu bengicela impela ngiphamba isandla ukuthi yena besicela lo sizo lolo ngoba ngisho nje mina uqobo lwami umholo wami wokugcina la ngisebenza khona ngathenga amacilongo ukuthi kunala mhlambe kulinyelwe khona ushonwe khona ngihambe ngoduduza ngawo ngisuke ngithi ngenza umsebenzi kaNkuluNkulu kodwa nawo lamacilongo manje ayi angifele manje bengikhala nami phamba isandla ukuthi ngasizakala kanjani.
I don't know how can I get help, because I even bought some musical instruments, but unfortunately they are no longer working. Is it not possible that the government can assist me with these instruments?
Cha ilokho kuphela sedebe ngokulo ubusonto kesinakwe nathi kesizwe khona nangathi nje emsakazweni ngesizwe kuthiwa nathi sikhona ngoba sibona umsebenzi wethu umkhulu thina noma mhlambe uhulumeni ngawuboni kodwa umphakathi uyejabule ngathi uthi siusizo sitshela nempilo zabantwana babo okade semgwaqweni usebuyele ekhaya ngenxa ukuthi enasi yabashumayeza siyabonga.
Yeah, thank you so much, because we are not being looked after as churches. Could you please assist us on that one?
Ngicela ukuthatha leli thuba ngibingelele Mama Faith etafuleni.
Let me take this opportunity and greet Mom Faith on the table
I-executive yonke yaseParliament esivakashele namhlanje.
and the executive from Parliament that has visited us today,
Amakhansela, induna, abaholi bethu bomdabu abaphakathi wethu.
the councillors, Izinduna, and all the traditional leaders who are amongst us today.
Igama lami ngumama uThandeka Magutshwa.
My name is Thandeka Magutshwa.
Ngiqhamuka eWard 13,
I come from Ward 13,
Mhlathuze municipality,
Umhlathuze municipality,
ngaphansi kwenkosi uDube.
under the leadership of Inkosi Udube.
Ngineyicelo nje ezo2.
I have just 2 requests.
Endaweni yethu eWard 13,
In our area in Ward 13,
inkinga yethu amanzi.
our biggest problem is water.
Sitshalile amahlathi,
We have planted forests,
sineyimoba,
we have sugarcane,
sinama-veg,
we have vegetables.
but i-problem esinayo amanzi.
But the problem that we have is water.
Okubuhlungu kunakho konke sinecuphu ekuyidama elikhulu elikhona lapha endaweni yakwaDube.
What is more painful is that we have a huge dam that is within the area,
Eliphakela cishe ngisho impangeni nasikhawu amalokishi.
which supports, I believe, Impangeni and Sikawini, the townships.
Kodwa abantu abahlala esizweni senkosi siyawantula kakhulu amanzi.
But the people who are living under the leadership of the chief are without water.
Ikhona ke nalento le yokusha kwamahlathi ethu.
There is also the issue of burning of our forests,
Sithola ukuthi amanzi asinawo.
and we find that we do not have water.
Indlela eseku nezakhamuzi, indlela abantu asebengene ngayo endaweni sekwavaleka ngisho imhosha esasikha kuyona.
The manner in which places or building stands have been taken by people that has even resulted in the loss of furrows and burrows that we use to get water from.
Okunye okubalekile uthola ukuthi mhlasimbe niye kuyasha kushihlathi.
The next thing that is important is that you may find that when a forest is burning,
Nithi niyazama nibize icishamlilo
when you try and call the fire brigade,
kuzothatha maybe 2 to 3 hours ukuthi bafike.
it could take about 2 to 3 hours before they arrive.
Uthola ukuthi umonakalo sewumkhulu kakhulu.
And by the time they arrive, the damage would be quite extensive.
Siyacela ke ukuthi ke siedele mhlasimbe ama fire hydrant.
We are requesting if we can maybe be given an addition of fire hydrants.
Okunye ke okukhona okade kwenzakala ekuqaleni kade kunalento yonompilo.
Another thing that was happening before, there was the issue of healthcare community workers.
Yes, iyona. Abekade behambe beqwashisa emakhaya ngokulahlwa kwezibi noma ikanjani.
They would go around on a campaign educating people about just throwing waste anyhow.
But from 2011 uhulumeni wethu wabathatha labo bantwana wangabe sabaqasha abanye.
From 2011, our government took those people and never gave us or never employed others to replace them.
Labo bantwana babe linke ngaphansi kwethu njengama NGOs.
Those children were linked under us as NGOs.
So babe hambe beqwashisa emakhaya nokuvula kwezitube lokhu babe siza khona. Izitube lezi ekuvimba ukusha.
They would help by raising these campaigns in the rural areas and also helping with the burning of fire breakers that would prevent the fires.
Abantwana bakhona ke bafundile bahlele emakhaya ngicabanga ukuthi ngaba ithuba elihle lokuthi kuvulwe lawo mathuba abantwaneni.
They are children, they are educated, but they are at home. I think this would be a good opportunity to have those job opportunities to be resuscitated.
Ngizwile ke futhi ke nomhlophe esho ukuthi banayo into ye fire protection.
I did hear the white gentleman stating that they do have something like fire protection.
Ebesingajabula ukuthi nakwesiyethu indawo maybe nakweyethu inkosi kube khona nje lelo committee.
We would be happy to have such a committee in our own area under our chief.
Siyathanda ukuzimela siyathanda ukusebenza kakhulu.
We love being independent and we actually love working.
But inkinga yethu asisizakali ngokwanele njengoba ngikhuluma ngendaba yamanzi nje.
But the problem is that we do not get enough assistance as I'm talking to the water issue.
Ngicela ukubonga kakhulu.
I would like to thank you.
Ngicela ukubingelela iziphakanyiso esiphambili zonke.
Greetings to the members of the committee.
Igama lami ngingumandla Ndoda okwaKhumalo.
My name is Mandlendota Kumalo
Ngisuka enkosini kwaSamthethwa.
from Inkosi of Yawamtetwa,
Ngaphansi kwamasipala Umfolozi
Umfolozi municipality,
ku Ward 18.
Ward 18.
Ngiyilunga le Ward Committee.
I'm a member of a ward committee.
Nginobhala wesebe lenhlangano ebusayo.
I'm a secretary of the ruling party.
Umuntu ufisa ukubonga nje oqala noma sishaya lehlombe ukuthi sibe nohulumeni okwazi ukufika kubantu sasingakwazi lokho ngesikhathi esiphambili.
Firstly, let us pat ourselves on the back for having a government that is coming to the people, because we did not experience this before.
konke lokho sikubonga ngeqombe elibusa uKhongolose.
We are thankful or we are grateful to the ANC.
Umuntu uzothi nje akasho ukuthi kukhulunywa ngomthetho sivivinywa ophatha kakhulu ezemlilo ikakhulukazi amahlathi.
This bill before us is a Veld fire a bill.
Umuntu engafisa mhlambe ukusupporta kodwa ngama conditions.
I wish to support the bill, but on certain amendments.
Ikakhulukazi makhulunywa ngamahlathi, amahlathi akuna abantu awonxiba.
Firstly, the forest is not, it doesn't belong to the people, it belongs to the,
akhele kithi asurroundile kakhulu.
but these forests are surrounding our people.
Awasilekeleli ngalutho, alukho xhaso silithola kuona, kodwa uyazibonela nje ukuthi badla amabhiliyoni ngalamahlathi kodwa silekelelwa ngalutho.
We are not being assisted or benefiting from any proceed of this forest, but
Sakhelene
are not
nabo,
helping us.
Namahlathi abo sinemfuyo, kodwa imfuyo yethu ngisho ukuthola amadlelo asimamile ayinawo.
We are neighboring them, even our livestock is not benefiting from the grazing land.
Siswela ngisho amanzi okuphosisa inkomo zethu ukuthi simbelwe amadama asisizakane ngalokho.
Our livestock is not even getting water or getting some dams from them.
Siwumphakathi kakhulukazi kule area ngekuyona ebizwa kuthiwa noZambulo ukuthi 18 sasaze sayizamela ukuyikhandela kuyistructure okusa deep ukuthi inkomo ikwazi ukudip.
In our area, we even attempted to create our own dipping tank for our livestock.
Sazama ukuxhumana nomnyango wozolimo ukuthi usilekelele ukuthi kube yidip engacishe kube yidip efana namanye amadip ajwayelekile kodwa kuze kube namhlanje asilekelelekile.
We tried to get an assistance from the Department of Agriculture to assist us with a proper dipping tank for our livestock, but we have never been assisted.
Sibe nenkinga yokushela amadlelo khona lapha endaweni.
Even our grazing field for our livestock are also under fire attack.
Singajabula ukuthi mashelo amadlelo mhlambe sixhaseke mhlambe ngamabhele lawo okulekela ukuthi inkomo zibe zidla imfuyo yethu ibe idla ngaleso sikhathi kusasha amadlelo.
We are also appealing that if maybe our grazing fields for our livestock is destroyed through fire, maybe we'll be assisted by this feeding grass for our livestock in the meantime.
Bese kuthi phela nabo abanikazi bamahlathi ake besikhiphe phela sikule ndawo kuthiwa imbonambi enezitolo mhlawumbe ezimbili kodwa idolobha kodwa nje intuthuko ayibonwa udinga ukuthi uzugibele.
We are also appealing to these owners of this forest to assist us with the proper shops so that
lidala lela dolobha ngazi noma baliyeke ngoba baphuma emandleni ngoba besesemandleni belikhombisa ukuthuthuka kuze kube manje alithuthuki lela dolobha ngibona ukuthi khona.
This Kwambonambi town is underdeveloped. I don't know whether it's because they are no more in power, because previously when they were in power, attempts were made to improve or to develop this town.
Siyacela uhulumeni wethu noma ngabe ngathinteki kodwa kuyasithinta kube umphako nje ukuthi kunendawo edinga ukwakhelwa imall eMbonambi.
Although it seems to be an irrelevant issue on this one, but we are appealing that we are requesting maybe to build a mall for the people of Kwambonambi.
Ngqongqoshe minister noma ngizothina ngazi mama Mthambi.
Mama Mthambi or Ngqongqoshe or the minister.
Ngiyazi useqenjini lethu eliphethe.
I know you are here, we are from the ruling party.
Ngicela ukuphathisa umphako.
May I give you this
Lapha emabranchini phansi ithina esihamba emphakathini sizikhalo zomphakathi sesikhathele ukuvika ucelemba ngezandla.
We are tired of warding off some complaints from the ground.
Kukhona okonakele phezulu ngicela nisitshele sibuyele sithini kubantu. Kukhona okonakele ngohulumeni wethu ake nisibuye nizositshela sihambe sithini kubantu ngiyabonga.
There is something that is not well within our on the ruling party. Please tell us what to tell our people from the ground. Thank you.
Ngibingelele isihlalo nezinye izihambeli ezikhona la ngaphakathi.
Greetings, Chairperson, and the community at large.
Lo phambi kwenu umduduzi wakwaMthembu la ku Ward 1 eMhlathuze.
I am Tutuzi Mtembu from Ward 1 in Mhlathuze,
Oy member ye ward committee member.
who is a ward committee member.
Angiseze ukuba kude kakhulu ngoba nakho nabe catering angibaboni la kanti sinabantu abadala.
I'm going to be
asebeyiphathela hi.
I'm going to be brief because I don't see any catering people around here.
Kanti sinabantu abadala asebayiphathelwa hi ufanele ngabe khona sebekufakile emlonyeni.
And yet we've got elderly people here who are suffering from high blood, who should have had something to nimble.
Ngicabanga ukuthi zizoba ntathu kuphela izinto engizokhuluma ngazo la.
I think there are three things that I would like to touch on.
Ile eyesifo esikhona semfuyo.
It's the one that touches the disease that affects the livestock.
Uhulumeni kukhomba ngokusobala ukuthi uyasiphula isipuni sethu thina esizama ukuyiphilisa ngokuhweba ngemfuyo.
It is clear that the government is, pulling the spoon out of their mouths from us because we are trying to be, self-employed.
Kunesifo okuthiwa amatele. Lesifo lesi si affecta kakhulu aba thina esihweba ngokudayisa imfuyo kodwa inyama asiboni phela ezitolo since thina kungafuni ukuthi sitransporte imfuyo la isizwe siyithenga khona.
There's this disease that is affecting our livestock called foot and mouth disease. But to our surprise, there is no shortage of meat in butcheries, but they do not allow us to go and sell our livestock.
Besicela kakhulu ukuthi uhulumeni ibhekelele le. Uma kuya ngokuthi akakhoni ukuthi esigomele lezi inkomo okanye izimbuzi zethu. Sikwazi lokho.
We request that the government should intervene because if our government is unable to assist us in vaccinating these livestock, especially goats,
ngoba inyama ayipheli nje ezitolo labo kuyibona abadla izambane likaPondo bahamba beyogonyelwa uhulumeni wethu emaplazini wabo laba abadla izambane likaPondo.
Now what is the problem is that government is assisting the richer people in terms of vaccinating their livestock.
Engicabanga ukuthi uma kuya ngokuthi izikhungo akeze kuba nazo la angathi asihlangane khona ukuthi sifike nemfuyo yethu ezoyivaccinate khona. Ngicabanga ukuthi kungaba yenye ingxenye yokwandisa amathuba omsebenzi ukuthi andise abantu abazohamba besivaccinatela imizi nemizi because akiyo yonke imizi efuyile.
Now if our government has got a problem in getting a place where he can allow us to bring our livestock for vaccination, then he must make sure that he creates such a place, and that would be another opportunity for job creation for those who are unemployed.
Sidlule kulelo point ngingene epointini lwezabadobi.
Let us touch on the issue of fisheries.
Siya esibone la uma kunomnyango wezolimo abantu baphathelwa imbewu.
Usually under this Department of Agriculture, people receive seeds,
okuyinto enhle leyo,
which is a good
engekho
thing,
against yona.
which I'm not against.
Bese kuba ukuthi kulolu hlelo lozokudoba
Now, under this program of fisheries,
ayikho into esuka kuhulumeni efika kuthina la njengoba kusuke kufika imbewu ukuthi nakho okuxhaso hambana nozama ukuphosa.
There is nothing which is a form of assistance from the government in relation to fisheries as it happens with the seeds from the government.
Okungicacela ngokusobala ukuthi lento yokudoba kushuthi uhulumeni uyayivumela ngokuphelele ukuthi ikulabantu abadla izambane likapondo kakhulu ingakho uxhaso lungasifanele.
Which makes it clear therefore that the only people who are subsidized concerning fishing, it is only the rich one, not us. Yes, the rich ones.
Bese kuphinde kube ilento yama permits okudoba.
And then another issue is the issue of fishing permits.
Engicela ukuthi uhulumeni eyibhekisise kahle leyo ngoba lencwadi yokudoba thina esidoba la ngaphandle isigunyaza ukuthi if I'm not mistaken isigunyaza ukuthi sibambe only 4 fishes.
Now this permit for fishing is limiting us as people who are fishing because it only allows us to fish 4 to 5 fishes only.
Okungayilekeleli imndeni yethu leyo.
Which doesn't help our families.
Ngiyethemba ukuthi uhulumeni uzongenelela lapho ngayo yonke indlela.
I believe that our government will intervene.
Okwesithathu,
thirdly,
kuzoba yile environment yokusheshisa izinqumo uma kufanele kube nentuthuko yomphakathi uyadileya ukunikezela imvume yokusebenza.
Well, the third one is the issue of environmental development. When it comes to taking decision, the government is slow.
Hayi ngibonga kakhulu.
Thank you very much.
Yebo sanibona.
Greetings to all.
Mina ngusenzo kaNdlazi khona lapha kwaDwan.
I am Senzo Ndlazi from Ward 1.
Yeah. Ngizokhalaza nje ngokuncanyana kodwa nje.
I have a little complaint.
Yeah. La kunamajalidi la. Sinabantu ababuye bebamba amatoho khona lapha emajalidini.
In this area, there is a suburb area. We have people who get some temporary jobs from the white people.
Yeah, abanye babuye bethola umsebenzi lapha ngeemoto zabo bathatha udoti le belungini bezokuchitha la.
Sometimes some of them would get some sort of a job from those places that they will collect waste from such places and come and dump it here.
Bengicela ukuthi mhlawumbe mangaba kuyenzeka umasipala wethu asenzele indawo yokuchitha lapha.
I would request if it's possible that our municipality creates an area or identifies an area for us to dump our waste.
Yeah. Okunye ngicela amasela akabi amasela lapha kule ndawo.
Also, we have a problem of thieves in the area.
Antshontsha inkomo, antshontsha imbuzi.
They steal livestock, mainly cattle and goats.
Besicela ukuthi mangenzeka kube singenele bengenelele abakhulu besisize ukuthi kwazi ukusizakala kule nkinga lesinayo.
We are requesting that if powers that be could actually intervene so that we could be assisted in this problem.
Nokunye ngicelayo sesibadala lapha sifunde lapha saqeda ikole khona lapha hleli nabazali bethu lapha asazi ukuthi uhulumeni angakwazi ukungenelela sisizakale noma sinikeze lezi zindlu lama rent to own sikwazi.
Another thing that I'm requesting is that we are now old. We grew up in this place, attended school in this place. We are still living with our parents. I was wondering if the government could intervene, maybe come up with schemes like where they give you a property for rent to own.
Yebo, okugcina sicela ngenelele kule legengele encane noma kungekho umuntu omncane nje impela ngoba abahlezi emakhaya impela abasebenzi.
We would also request your intervention on the youth, even though it's not like they are quite young, but there's quite a lot of them and they are staying at home, they are unemployed.
Noma bengekho abancane ukuthi wonke umuntu umncane kahle ngoba mabethi masethi so masuqala ukuya ku 40 years abesayingena indaba yakho lokho kungathi kuqala ukuzwela kithi isisuku sesiqala ukuqina kancane.
And also the issue that when you reach 40 years, you are sort of cast out from employment, and that also causes a bit of a problem to us.
Hayi, ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you very much.
Ngiyabingelela kakhulu usihlalo nekomiti lakhe lonke.
Greetings to the chairperson and the members of the committee.
Igama lami ngingoMozi Madonsela.
My name is Mozi Madonsela.
Ngiqhamuka eWard 10 eMthonjaneni.
Ward 10 eMthonjaneni.
Ngibonge kakhulu ukuvakashela kweParliament eindaweni zethu emakhaya.
We are grateful for the visit by the parliament in our rural areas.
Engizocela mhlambe kuncane ngoba okuningi sekukhulunywa abakhulumile phambili.
A few things to highlight because most of the things have already been mentioned by the previous speakers.
Bengicela uhulumeni akangenelele emakhaya ekuqoqweni kwemfuyo kuwo wonke umuntu ofuyile emakhaya ngoba akusatshaleki.
I'm appealing that we be assisted by the stray livestock because we are unable to plow or to farm in our land because of the stray livestock.
No mama bethu sebezizwa bevilapha ngoba ufica inkomo kamakhelwane isihlezi egcekeni siudle awuqeda umbila noma yini ke ngawuyitshalile ngaleso sikhathi.
Our mothers are even reluctant to plow the mills because these stray livestock, they will devour the crops.
Bese ngicela futhi ukuthi aphinda bezovakasha emakhaya. Bafika uhulumeni behamba nenkampani zakuMondi noSaphi emakhaya kwatshalwa ogumtrini kodwa ongasaba benefitisi abantu basemakhaya.
There was a stage when the committee members came to our area with the companies like Sapi, and the gum trees were planted, but those gum trees are not benefiting people from our rural areas.
Isivuno sokuqala sasiye enkampanini efikile.
The first harvest was taken by the company.
And yayiza nawo wonke ama resources okusebenza.
That company came with all resources.
Kodwa umisihamba sekufanele umnikazi wendawo okulinyiwe kuyona ayibonele ngaleso sikhathi akanawo amandla okuthenga omanyolo kanye nezikhuthazi no poison bokubulala utshani nokhula oludala ukuthi kube lula ukubhebhetheka komlilo.
When that company left the area, they took all the resources and the working resources. They did not even leave the money or the fertilizers and even these chemicals to kill the wheat, because it is this wheat that is also facilitate the issue of field fires.
Wonke lamahlathi asephenduke umthombo la kusha khona imizi ngoba kuvele ogangayo angene kulihlathi afaka umlilo abaleke bese esesuka amahlamvu amancane abizwa ngenyoni ahlale emzini womuntu aphinda aye komunye umuzi aphinda aye komunye umuzi then bese kuba khona ke lokho kusha kwemlilo ke.
What we have noticed that it is true these forests that are not attended to. There is a lot of grass. We will find that a person will just make fire, intentionally set up fire, and that fire will end up destroying the neighborhood.
Bese ngicelela ke Nkosi yami okuseceleni.
I wish to request something that is not on the topic for today.
Ngicela abasebenzi phela baka Eskom ke bebuyele emsebenzini. Kuvaliwe la uma ubona itransformer isha awusakwazi ukuyireporta sekufanele urelaye ekhanseleni mhlambe nalo elingekho kwakhona la kuze konakale umonakalo omningi.
We are appealing to the Eskom workers to go back to work because sometimes you'll find that the transformer is burning and there is nowhere to report. Even when you go to the councillor, he or he won't be of assistance, and this is causing a lot of damage.
Sekunzima ngoba kufanele umuntu abe nedata le esidula abantu bengasebenzi.
It is a challenge because you need data and we are unemployed and we don't have data.
Nisehlisele phela no diesel sekuyadula bakithi ukuhamba.
Also-
Inqola zethu ayisenzi lutho.
We also appeal for the reduction of petrol. We are unable to use our vehicles.
Thank you so much. I think we have exhausted the group this side.
Siyabonga.
And then let me take this opportunity to allow Induna Wonkinkosi Mbuyazi,
Bengicela ukuvumela induna ubonga inkosi Mbuyazi
who from Bonambi.
oqhamuka kwaMbonambi
He has been sent here by Inkosi Kanyiseni Bonami
uthunyelwe inkosi ukuthi kazobeka
to have some few words.
ukuthi kabeke nje amazwana.
The podium is yours.
Awu sesinikeza wena ke Nkosi yami.
Ngiyakhuleka ekhosini kwakithi kwaMbuyazi
Greetings to Bukhosi bakwaMbuyazi
nobukhosi bonke okhona kwamanye amakhosi
and all other around amakhosi,
nosihlalo weParliamente nabo bonke ahamba nabo.
the chairperson of the committee and all the entourage.
Siyabonga ukuthola leli thuba. Igama lami nguBonkosi Mbuyazi.
My name is Bonkosi Mbuyazi. Thank you for this opportunity.
Osuke ebukhosini bakwaMbuyazi.
I'm from ebukhosini bakwaMbuyazi.
Ngilapha ngokuthunywa inkosi uMkhanyiseni Mbonambi.
I've been mandated by Inkosi Mbuyiseni Mbonambi.
Sicela ukusho lokuthi sikubukhosi bakwaMbonambi. Siyabonga kwiParliament ukuthi lize la kwaMbonambi.
We are grateful for the parliament to decide to come to this Kwambonambi area.
Siyabonga futhi ukuthi nezizwe zonke ezikhona ezingamakhelwane zibe khona lapha kwaMbonambi.
We are also grateful for the other neighboring nations who are residing here in Kwambonambi to come.
Ngicela ukungazisho ukuthi ngiyiliphi iqembu ngoba ubuholi bobukhosi akuvumelekile ukuthi uyiphakamise ukuthi uyiliphi iqembu.
I'm not going to say my political affiliation because as a traditional leadership, we are not supposed to do that.
Ngicela ukusho lokho ukuthi ukho konke lokho sekukhulumiwe umphakathi ngokweindawo ezehlukene wamthethwa kwaSokhulu uDube bakhuluma iqiniso kulokho konke lokho abakushoko sicela ukukuseka siwumkhandlo wakwambonambi.
As the Umbonambe Council, we want to support all the issues that has been raised here from people from Inkosi uDube, from Kwambonambi, and from all other nations. We are supporting what they've raised here.
Akukho esiphikisana nakho siwumkhandlo wakwambonambi ezicelweni zakho nalokho abakhuluma ke babeke konke ukuliqiniso.
We are not opposed to any suggestion that have been presented by the members of the public. All what they've told you is the truth.
Zikhona ke inkinga, ziningi inkinga ezikhona.
Yes, there are challenges.
Sine inkinga nje la kwambonambi sokhulu ngicabanga ukuthi umkhwanazi batshale ugum tree.
Here, Kwambonambi, Sokulu and Wamkwanazi, they are planting gum trees.
Kwamthethwa batshale umoba.
Kwamtetwa area, there is a sugar cane.
Siyabuka ke la ugum tree uyahlahlwa la ihlathi phele 3 months 4 months ingodo zilele phansi zingakwazi ukongena lapho kufanele zingene khona.
When it's time to harvest the gum tree, it will take about three to 4 months after cutting them down, but they are not transported to where they are supposed to be taken to.
Siyacela kuhulumeni angenelele lapho ukuthi ingodo zabantu zingahlali zizezome kwehla amathani.
We are appealing for the assistance of the government that after these logs have been cut, they must be submitted to the relevant place, because as they remain not taken to, they also losing the amount of tons when they are put on the scale.
Siyacela ke futhi angenelele uhulumeni ekutheni abantu bakithi bayalima, balima amaklabishi, balima izipinashi. Kodwa okuningi kwabo awukwazi ukuyongena lapho kufanele kungene khona ukuze bethola amasenti.
Our people are farming spinach, cabbages and all other vegetables, but they don't have the market where they are supposed to submit their stock so that they will be able to receive money.
Siyacela uhulumeni ukuthi imphakathi mayelima akayilandelela ayinikeze izinsiza zokusebenza nezokuvikeleka.
We appeal to our government to assist the vegetable growers so that they will be able to carry out their work.
Okunye sinamahlathi la agudla ulwandle.
There are forests that are neighboring the sea.
Lamahlathi kumanje aseyicikekeleka phansi.
Now this flood are now are growing, the water is overflowing over on them.
Sike saya lapha sayotrainwa kukhulunywa ngendaba zamahlathi. Amahlathi siphila kuwona ufuna anakekelwe ngoba siphefumula ngawo.
We once attended a training around forestry, and we advised that we also rely on the forest for breathing.
Sicela bengeneleleke kakhulu ukuze abantu betshene ukuthi ihlahla mangabe zibulawa kukhona okuningi okonakalakho.
We are appealing for your intervention so that people are making aware that if they are destroying the forest, they are also affecting the livelihood.
Namadibha ke emakhaya, amadibha siyawacela bawavuselele ngoba zikhona inkomo. Sesaphila ukuthi sithenge imijovo ezitolo kanti amadibha aqala ayisiza kakhulu.
We are appealing for the building of the dipping tents for our livestock, because now we are spending a lot of money buying some vaccination, but previously these dipping tents were of assistance to us.
La kwambonambi ngicela ukuveza lokhu ukuthi ukuveza ukuthi ukhona ubaba okhulumile la ufuneka.
There was the issue that was raised by Mr. Funega here.
Ethi icelwa ititle umhlaba ubuye.
Talking about the issuing of the title deed of this area.
Umhlaba kwambonambi ititle selabuye likhona.
The title deed for the land of Kwambonambi was already issued. It's available.
Kusele ngakuyena uhulumeni ukuthi awucacisele umphakathi ukuthi kuqhubakalani kwenzakalani ukuze abantu bazi yonke into eyenzakala esizweni.
It is now on the hands of government to come and explain to the people what is the way forward after we've received this title deed.
Sengizophetha ngicela ukusho lokho ukuthi uhulumeni kukho konke lokho okukhulunywa umphakathi lapha. Siyayicela impendulo zakhona. Siyacela futhi ukubona konke abakucelile kungagcini ukuthi sihlale kanje bese kuphela u5 years siphinde kuzoqalwa phansi kuzozwe emphakathini ukuthi ayiveze umphakathi izicelo zabo.
It is our appeal that people have spoken. We don't expect the government to keep quiet for almost 5 years. We want some responses, we want some action so that people must know what happened to their request.
Siyabonga ukho konke noma senihamba nihambe kahle ningakhubeki indawo nize nifike emakhaya emndenini wenu siyabonga.
We are grateful. We are wishing you a safe journey until you reach your diverse destination. Thank you.
Siyabonga.
Thank you very much.
Department of Rural Development and Agriculture, can you come to the fore, including the DFFE officials, including those other colleagues from the province? Can you quickly move and occupy the front seat here?
Besicela ke lezo ikhulu ukuthi ke zisondele zize la phambili ezivela ke eminyangweni wezolimo nihlale namanye amalunga khona la.
I know it's a lot of you. Now, I was given a list of 16 officials.
Nikezwe uhlu lezikhulu cishe ezu-16.
And then I'm surprised, gift, where are these people that you wrote their names here?
Ba phela abantu ekubhalwa amagama abo la. Ngiyacela ukuba nihlale lapha.
I'll start with rural development.
Ngizoqala ke ngentuthuko yasemakhaya.
That includes your provincial counterparts, ne? If they are here. There are issues that are delegated to the province of provincial competence.
Kunezinto ke ezibhekiswe kulabo abavela kuleso sifunda.
In matters wherein you don't have solution, commit, then we'll follow up.
Lapho ningenazo izixazululo khona thembisani thina sizolandelela.
So this is the order we are going to follow.
Iyo ke indlela esizoyilandela le.
I will allow the Department of Land Rural Development to be the first one to address the issues as raised.
Ngizocela ke umnyango lo usihlalo sekawushilo ukuthi kube uwona oqalayo ukukhuluma ke ngale inkinga ezivezwe umphakathi.
And then when you do that, introduce yourself, whether you're from province or national.
Uma ke ukwenza lokho sicela ukuthi uzethule usho ukuthi uvela ku province noma ku national.
And then Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment will follow suit.
Lo mnyango ke wethu uzolandelela nawo ngokunjalo.
And we know you've got the counterparts in the province as well.
Siyazi ukuthi nabo ke nisebenzisana nabo kwisifundazwe.
They will do the same.
Nabo bazokwenza kanjalo.
And then, yeah. Then I know there are matters that are water-related issues that have been raised with us.
Ngiyazi ukuthi kunezinto ezithinta amanzi eziveziwe lapha.
I think those are the matters that we are going to follow up with the Department of Water and Sanitation.
Lezo ke izona esizokwenza ukulandelela nomnyango ke wamanzi nokuthutha kwendle.
And then the other issues that has been raised, I think, let me hear the officials, how do they respond to them, then we'll come later.
Ake ngizwe ke izikhulu ukuthi zizophendula zithini ngalezinto ezivezwe umphakathi thina ke sizobe bese siyalandelela ngemuva kwesikhathi.
Need to face the people, eh?
Ngicela ke ukuthi ubheke abantu.
Good day, everyone.
Ngiyanibingelela nonke.
Yeah, firstly, I would like to apologize. I can't speak Zulu.
Okoqala nje ngizothanda ukuxolisa. Angikwazi ukukhuluma isiZulu kodwa ngizozama.
Yes, I will try to respond to some of the questions.
Ngizozama ukuphendula ke eminye imibuzo.
Yes, especially from the agricultural side.
Ikakhulukazi ke le eyasemnyangweni wezolimo.
Okay. My name is Mamuhule Maja.
Igama lakhe yilo lesekalishilo.
Yes, I work for. Huh? Move this side. Okay. Yes. Okay. All right. Okay, thank you so much. Like I've already mentioned, my name is Mamuhule Maja. I'm an official I'm an official at the Department of Agriculture based in Pretoria.
Ngisikhulu ke esivela emnyangweni wezolimo ngiqhamuka le ePitoli.
Yes, from the unit called Early Warning Unit.
Ngivela ku unit ke ebizwa ngokuthi i-early learning unit.
Early Warning Unit.
Early warning unit.
Yes, so I've been writing down some of the questions and like some of the concerns and the input that our farmers were making.
Bengiloku ngibhala phansi ke ezinye izikhalo zenu ebezenziwa abalimi abalapha.
Yes, some of the concerns, they were saying they don't have the grazing land, they need the land, they don't have fencing and so
Bebathi
forth.
ke abanawo umhlaba wokulima futhi ke abanalo ucingo lokukambela nokunye.
Okay, all of those are noted.
Konke lokho ke siyakuzwa siyakwamukela.
And then in response to that, I would like to encourage our small scale farmers to all the time work hand in hand with our local extension officials, which are based in every local municipality.
Ngizocela ke labalimi abasafufusa babambisane ke nalaba abala ekhaya noma kulesifunda eminyangeni ke wezokulima bakhona ke yonke indawo mayelana ke nalezicelo zabo.
Yes. From what I know, our local extension officials, they are not enough, but then you may find that one is working with 100 farmers. So it's very much important as a farmer, if maybe you have made a claim or lodged a complaint or something, you yourself, don't wait for that official to come back and then give you the feedback. You can somehow as well go back to the office and follow it up yourself until you get the solution to that.
Kunalabantu ke abababiza ukuthi ama local extension officers ekuyibona ke enicelwa ukuthi uma ngabe mhlambe ufake isicelo sokubuyiselwa umhlaba ungaxhumana nabo kodwa ke lo muntu inkinga yakhe ukuthi ubukene nabantu abayikhulu uma ngabe ubona ukuthi lokho khamba kancane uyacelwa ukuthi ke mhlambe uzama ukuthintana neoffice lethu lapho ke uzothola uncedo khona.
Another thing that I would like to encourage our farmers here is just, maybe it's very much important to join the Farmers Protection Association so that we can also reap the benefits, because when the fire occurs, when it happens to our farms, and then we are not a member of this Fire Protection Association, we are not going to reap the benefits that these associations are offering. So it's important that you are encouraged to join.
Abalimi ke bayakhuthazwa ukuthi phela abajoyine lama association umlilo ukuze nabo bazozuza kuwo ngenxa ukuthi ke uma ngabe ungelona ilunga lale association yalaba ke ababukene nomlilo kuyoba nzima ukuthi nawe uzuze.
Yes, again, those associations, they do also help in case, for example, now we are in a fire season, and then there are some forecasts that they are, I can say, dishing out to the farmers, so to alert them in case there is possibility of Veld fires. So if you are a member of a Veld Fire Association, you'll have that information at hand, therefore you'll be in a better position to prepare for whatever forecast that has been given to you. You can, for example, if you are a livestock farmer, you can move your livestock away from the grazing land, because obviously that can cause danger to them in case fire happens.
Manje ke abalimi okunye abaxwayiswa ngako ukuthi kuyoba kuhle uma ngabe baba malunga lama association omlilo. Phela kulama association labo ke aba amalunga awo kuye ukuthi uma ngabe kwenzeka kuzoba nomlilo baxwayiswe ukuthiwa ngalesikhathi esizayo manje kuzoba nomlilo bona baba nenhlanhla ukuthi batshelwe lo mlilo ungakafiki bazokwazi ukuthi basusa imfuyo yabo bayibeke kwenye indawo uma ngabe kuzoba nomlilo endaweni ethize ngaleyo ndlela ke imfuyo iyaphepha.
Yes, And again, I've heard another speaker talking about the foot and mouth diseases, saying they cannot sell their animals due to the fact that they don't know if whether those animals have those diseases, and they don't have a market for that. So my response to that will just be, like, as I've already said, we have veterinary services in every province. So you can go to your extension local officer, explain to them that you have livestock, you'll really appreciate if they can maybe assist you in terms of sending a vet or whatever.
Ngizwe esinye isikhulumi la sikhuluma ukuthi sinenkinga yemfuyo eba namatele. Manje ke niyacelwa ukuthi uma ngabe ninaleyo nkinga xhumanani ke ne-extension officer niyitshele ukuthi man nasi lesifo sesisihlasele. Ngenxa ukuthi ke eindaweni ezithize bakhona odokotela laba sibabiza ukuthi ama veterinary surgeons, nibacela ukuthi ke beze bazonijovela lemfuyo yenu.
Yes, I guess those are just all of the questions that I think I have written down. And then some of the things were just concerned and the inputs. And then for those that I have not answered to your satisfaction, I will definitely relay them back to the office, and then we can, like I'm saying, you have to work hand in hand with your local extension officials, and then you can get some of the information from there.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi mina lokhu engubhale phansi lokho engikuzwile, kodwa ke uma ngabe mhlambe khona engikushiyile uzoxhumana ke ne-extension officer, then sizokwazi ukuthi sixhumane ne-office sikuphendule, kodwa okuningi benikusho nje benikuwukungeza kuloko enikwaziyo. Ngiyabonga.
So you don't have counterparts in the province? They are not here.
Ani nabo abantu enisebenzisana nabo kulesifundazwe? Yebo sinabo.
But generally you can see our people like the information you are sharing with.
Uyabona ukuthi abantu bethu abanayo imininingwane.
Can you work on your improvement of your outreach?
Yes, of course, I will do that.
And then people shouldn't remind us of the old regime, to say the old regime. Then apartheid area time, things used to happen right.
Asifuni ke abantu ukuthi baloku basikhumbuza ngesikhathi sobandlululo ngoba bathi izinto zazihamba kahle ngesikhathi sobandlululo, kodwa manje sekubusa thina njengalohulumeni, nina umsebenzi wenu aniwenzi.
So you seen there's something that's not right here.
Uyabona ukuthi khona into engasikahle la.
And then we'll expect you to write us in the next 7 days to tell us how we're going to turn around the situation and what structured programs are you going to implement to make sure that our people feel that there is government that is supposed to attend to their needs. Agreed?
Sicela ke ukuthi kungapheli izinsuku ezisikhombisa ungakasibhaleli usho ukuthi labantu bala uzobanelisa kanjani nohlelo ozolandela usikhombise lona.
And you do that working with your provincial counterparts.
Uzokwenza ke lokho usebenzisana nabalingani bakho.
DFFE, over to you.
Ngiyabingelela, socala ubingelela chairperson, members of the portfolio committee, amakhosi nomhlabathi wonke.
Greetings to the chairperson, the members of the committee, amakhosi aphakathi kwethu.
Igama noSibongo uShumani Dzivani.
Igama njobe seshilo.
Ngibuya umnyango wazemahlathi.
I'm coming from the Department of Forestry.
From Pretoria.
Pretoria.
We have taken note of we have heard your contribution, comments towards the bill, and they are really appreciated and your proposal as well.
Sizwile ke isikhalazo zenu, iphakamiso zenu ngomthetho sivivinyo, sizwile futhi ke
Can I guide you?
ziyazwakala.
That is not your space on the comments. You must raise with the issues of the working on fire, environmental programs, dumping sites.
Uyamqondisa ke
That
usihlalo
other
ukuthi
thing is
akakhulume ngezinto
It's our own thing.
usongwe parliament lokhu kuphawula ngawo ngokuthi niphawule kanjani yena akakhulume ngalezi zinto eniyiphakamisile aphendule ngazo ukuthi ke ningasizakala kanjani.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have heard about the issue of awareness.
Siyabona ukuthi ke kuyasilela ke indaba yokuqwashisa.
As the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, we have got officials, regional forestry officials who do conduct those awareness.
Njengoba basemnyangweni wezamahlathi nezokudoba. Sinaba abasebenzi okufanele benze umsebenzi ke wokuqwashisa nokuthi mhlambe noma bafundise ngokuthi umnyango unani.
They are based in various regions, Pietermaritzburg, Sokhulu, and Go Nongoma.
Sibatshale ke indaweni ezahlukene eMaritzburg kwasokhulu kwaNongoma labo fana ngabe benza ke lo msebenzi wokuqwashisa.
That issue will be taken care of.
Sizozama ukuthi silandelele ke lolo daba.
We have also taken note of the request of the FPA assistant
Sizwile ke nendaba ama FPA assistant
that you have raised.
eniphakamisile.
For the effective implementation of the act, we as the department, we are in the process of developing a FPA support strategy.
Njengomnyango ke ukuze lo mthetho uzokwazi ukuthi usebenze kahle uma ngabe usuchibiyelwe kukhona ke inhlaka esizazakha ezizokwazi ukuthi zilelekelele.
That will be able to support our FPAs.
Ezizokwazi ukuthi zilekeleleke lama FPAs ethu.
Lastly, we have also taken note of the issue of seasonal workers.
Siphinde sayizwa indaba yokuthi yokukhalaza ngabantu mhlambe abasebenza ngaleso sikhathi mangabe mhlambe kuneyivuno.
As the department through the forestry branch, we do support the EPWP program.
Siyayichasa ke inhlelo ze EPW lezi zezenziwe ke umnyango.
Whereby during the fire season, we do siyaqasha ama seasonal workers through those programs.
Uma ngabe kuyisikhathi mhlambe salezi zezikhathi zemlilo siyasiqashe kwesikhashanyana abantu abazosebenza ngaleso sikhathi leso semlilo.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ngiyabonga.
No provincial counterparts.
Akekho no oqhamuka esifundazweni.
I introduce you. You need to say something because there are things that are directly affecting you.
Ngicela usho okuthize
Are you
ngoba khona
covered?
izinto ezinithintayo.
Are you covered? You shouldn't be covered.
Afana bekhona enizokusho.
You need to say something. Mm.
Good afternoon all.
Siyabingelela ntambama.
Good afternoon to the chair and the colleagues.
Sihlalo nekomiti.
Good day to the traditional leaders
Abaholi bomdabu
and to the community at large.
nomphakathi wonkana.
Yeah. Chair, what I discovered is that we are looking at the amendment of the bill.
Sihlalo esibhekene nakho uthinde umthetho sivivinyo lona uthini.
But there is already a principal act in place.
Ukhona umthetho omdala osushayiwe.
And the purpose of that principal act is to prevent prevent fires, veld fires, and also how to combat it.
Umthetho omdala ke wawucacisa ukuthi ke imililo yequbula noma imililo le bakhona ingavikelwa kanjani kwenziwe njani uma ivela.
And what I've realized through this consultation is that we need to make the awareness campaign about that act more pertinent in the department.
Uma ngilalele ngesikhathi nikhuluma ngizibonile ukuthi ke kusenomsebenzi ofanele siwenze ukuthi ke siqwashise noma ke sifundise ukuthi lo mthetho osuchitshelwa nje lo oqala wawuthini.
And for that reason we use our provincial counterparts in the department to do the awareness.
Ukuze ke senze lo msebenzi siyozama ukuthi sisebenzisane ke nesebenzisana nabo esifundazweni ozakwethu ukuthi ke bakwazi ukuniqwashisa ngalo mthetho wokuqala.
Awareness is also being created by the public, by the disaster management agencies.
Abanye buye basize ngokuqwashisa ilaba abaye balawuleke noma balekelele uma kuneyinhlekelele.
Awareness is created by municipalities.
Okumsebenzi wemvamisa ukwenziwa ke omasipala.
By working on fire.
Nalaba asebenza ke ngemlilo.
And by community at large.
Kanjalo ke nomphakathi.
I think what we will need is a more consistent message going out.
Into ofanele siyenze ukuthi kube khona ke ukusebenzisana nje okuqinile.
Because fires do impact all of us.
Ngoba phela umlilo usithinta sonke.
So in that regard, I think we need to look at awareness, not only in the department, but also with all our stakeholders involved in the fire space.
Kufanele ke siqwashisane hayi kuphela nababamba iqhaza nomphakathi nje wonkana.
And lastly, I just want to touch on the FPA, what my colleague mentioned about.
Ngifisa ukukhuluma ngalama FPA noma lokho abathi inhlelo zabo zonyaka zokusebenza zomnyango.
The Principal Act first is applicable to all landowners.
Umthetho oqala oshayiwe wawubathinta bonke ke abantu abanomhlaba.
And FPA is also one of the vehicles in which we can prevent and combat veld fires.
Ukuze ke sikwazi ukunqanda imililo kufanele ke silandele uhlelo lethu lonyaka nonyaka lokusebenza.
The previous speaker, the speaker from the FPA gave quite a bit of information on the workings of the FPA.
Khona esinye isikhulumi ke sikhulume senaba ngokuthi ke inhlelo ke zomnyango zokusebenza isebenza kanjani.
I just want to add a few points to that.
Ngifisa nje ukungezelela amaphuzu kambalwa kulokho.
Belonging to the FPA, they also do training.
Okunye ke kweinhlelo zamaso kusebenza kumnyango kufanele kuqeqeshwe abantu.
They identify the equipment that you need to fight fires.
Ziphinde zihlonze ukuthi iziphi izinto ofanele isebenzise uma ngabe nizovimba noma nibhula imililo.
And if there's fires, they can assist in combating the fires.
Bese bekuyachaza ukuthi mangabe umlilo uqubuka ke abantu basiza noma balekelela kanjani ukubhula.
They also do detailed fire risk assessment.
Kufanele futhi kube nezinhlelo ke zokuthi kukwazi ukunqanda ungakaqubuki.
So they visit each area and look at the possibility and probability of fires in that given area.
Kufanele ke labo abaqwashisa ke behambe beyobheka indawo bakwazi ukuhlola izinto ezenza ukuthi ugcina umlilo usuqubuka noma uvele.
And with that information they do build a fire risk management plan.
Lezo nhlelo ke abakwazi ukuyibona endaweni ukuthi lokhu nalokhu kungadala iqubula lomlilo yilokho ke ziyayisetshenziswe ke ukuthi ke kwakhiwe uhlelo lokuvimbela noma lokunqanda.
And during the fire season,
uma kuyisikhathi ke semlilo,
the department issue fire warnings.
Umnyango kuyawukhipha izexwayiso ukuthi ngase kube nomlilo ke ozoqubuka.
Which we call fire danger ratings.
Bese ke usiyasebenzise ke izikali zokuthi ke mhlambi izinga lingakanani ukuthi umlilo ungaqubuka.
We will talk about a blue day, orange day and a red day, for example.
Angezwa futhi. Ngicela uphinde.
We call about a blue day, a red day or orange day to indicate the danger of fires.
Basebenzise ke inhlelo ke ngembala ke thize ukuthi ke mhlambe mawumbala ohlaza noma ophuzi noma obovu kusho ukuthi umlilo usuke ususezingeni elingakanani.
And the weather services is giving those warnings on TV, on radio when there's a danger of fires.
Kanjalo nasemsakazweni nawo mabona kude bayiba abesimo sezulu bayibasho ukuthi mangakanani amathuba ukuthi kube nemlilo yequbula.
But what we need the danger rating at the local area.
Kodwa into ebalekile ukuthi fanele sibeke nezinto ezizokhomba lapha eindaweni ehlala kuzona.
And there your FPA play a vital role.
Ingakho ke lama inhlelo zethu zokusebenza okufanele ke zibamba khona iqhaza elikhulu ukuthi zisho ukuthi lokho sizokwenza kanjani.
So each morning when it's a high danger rating, they will inform their members that today is a high danger rating. Please be careful.
Uma ngabeka amazinga emakhulu ukuthi umlilo ungavela uqubuke nje kuumsebenzi wabo ukuthi ke basheshe baziseke lo mphakathi ethinteka lawo lapho behlonze khona ukuthi ngase kuqubuka umlilo ukuthi qaphelani kungabe nekuzoba nesimo somlilo.
But what we realize is everybody doesn't belong to the FPA. We realize that everybody don't belong to the FPA.
Siyazi ukuthi kawona wonke umuntu okwazi ukuthi azi ukuthi umnyango inhlelo zawo zonyaka zisebenza kanjani.
And the FPAs are also struggling. The FPAs are also struggling.
Nathi sisasilele ke emuva ke ngeinhlelo zethu zokusebenza.
And we are aware of this and we are addressing that issue now.
Siyakwazi ukusilela kwethu kodwa sizozama ukwenza ngokusemandleni ukuthi nathi senyusa izinga.
Because at the end, we have to prevent fires and combat fires.
Ngoba kufanele siwunqaphe, siwuvimbele, siwunqande futhi umlilo.
Because there's livelihoods at stake, there's people's lives at stake, and we need to prevent fires.
Umlilo ke uyingozi empilweni zethu, ngakho kufanele uvinjelwe uphazamisa ke nenhlalo yethu.
And that's why we support the implementation of the bill through the various structures on the ground.
Ingakho ke sifisa sokuxhasa kumthetho wokuvinjelwa kwemililo kusukela emazingeni aphansi kuya phezulu.
And lastly,
Sengiqeda
we are approaching the fire season now.
njengamanje sesibheke kwisikhathi sokuthi maningi amathuba omlilo.
I think we all have the experience of knowing when it's going to be a dangerous fire day ahead.
Ngiyathemba nani abantu sebeyazi ukuthi mhlambe ke ungase umlilo uqubuke nini mhlawumbe.
We've got hot, strong windy days.
Uma kunemlilo uma kuneyivunguvungu ke inamandla ke maningi namathuba.
And that's
njoba sesingena ke kuntulikazi.
And that's the indication that fire is prevalent and it can destroy.
Ngeka kuyasikhombisa ke lokuthi umlilo usungaqubuka futhi ke ungadala umonakalo omningi.
And I urge you just to be careful on those days and don't let fires unnecessary.
Ngicela ukuthi ke siqaphele uma kuneyinsuku enjalo kuneyivunguvungu ukuthi singagcini sesidala imililo engenasidingo engagcina ke sisusa iqubula.
So we can protect our environment and protect ourselves.
Ukuze sikwazi ukuyivikela sivikele nenhlala yethu kahle.
Thank you.
Ngiyabonga.
Who you are for the people to know you. You didn't say who you are for the people to know your name.
I'm Winston Smith from the Fire Directorate.
Uthe Winston Smith oqhama kohlelo ezomlilo.
And then the other feedback we'll want to get from you. You remember Mr. Roberts while he was here? He said that there are municipalities, who don't name and shame. He's going to give us the lists that are not complying with the act. So it's a matter you need to also follow up on it.
Yes,
make sure that you support all these municipalities.
Uhlala ubekhomboza ke sikhuluma ukuthi ke kukhona umasipala abangenzi kahle bazobaveza ngakho ke abazama ukubalekelela ukuthi ke bakwazi ukuhlangabezana nokunqanda komlilo.
And before you leave, remember you didn't want to say anything.
Uyakhumbula ukuthi ubungafise kusho lutho.
See how this community is empowered by your good input now.
Kodwa ngokukhuluma kwakho kusukhuluma okuningi.
I'm vindicated that you always had something to say.
Thank
you so much.
Siyabonga kakhulu.
Okay, let me hand over to my colleague, Honorable Mbata.
Anginikeze ke lapha uza kwethu umhlonishwa uMbatha.
Sanibonani ngiyanibingelela futhi. Okwami ukubonga.
Greetings to you all. I greet you again. Mine is to thank you.
Ngizoqala nje ngokubonga umphakathi.
I will first
King Cetshwayo District Municipality.
I will first start by thanking the community of King Cetshwayo District Municipality.
Ngokuza kwawo uze kulomhlangano.
For coming to this important meeting.
Ikomiti lona lizimamele zonke ikhalo or ama inputs wenu.
The committee has listened to all your complaints and inputs.
And then ikomiti yona ngokwayo izohlala prepare a report and then ikhulume ne also isebenzisane ne Department of Forest, Fisheries and Environment.
The committee will then sit, discuss the report or produce a report. They will do this in conjunction with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment.
Kusenjalo nje futhi committee after that lizodlulisa le report after seyihlalile. Le report bathi umthetho sivivinywa ngithi.
As it is, the committee, after the committee has set, the committee will forward this committee the report of the bill after it has actually set and discussed it.
then izoidlulisela ku NCOP
The bill will then be forwarded to the NCOP
ukuthi yodingida ilandele umgomo ngokwemthetho noma izinqubo zomthetho.
It will also be discussed there, and then the procedures as they would be will then be followed.
Mangabe kunokunye okudinga ikomiti kulomthetho sivivinyo izobuya futhi buyele kukomiti ukuthi lidingide.
If there are other things that need to go back to the committee on this bill, it will be sent back to the committee to discuss it.
Mayibuya ku NCOP, and then emva kwalokho ke lo mthetho sivivinyo bese udlulisela eofisini lamongameli ophethe lelizwe.
That would be what comes back from the NCOP, and then after that, the bill would then be forwarded to the office of the president.
Nalapho izofika idingidwe nakhona ukuze kube nohlaka lomthetho.
It will also be discussed there until a framework is built.
And then nakhona ke izabuyela kuleli committee bese ikomiti nalo leona leli le environment lizobuya futhi nakhona libheke libheke ukuthi ama inputs wonke aphuma ku minister akunala khona nafuna ukulungiswa ku president umongameli.
It will go back again to the committee so that the committee could see if there are any inputs that come from the office of the president that might need to be attended to.
Ngaleso sikhathi ke seyibizwa ukuthi ulombika osalungiswa. It's a draft.
At that point, it will then be a draft.
Mase isuka lapho ke seyiphelele seyisuka lapho seyiya ku iParliament, National Assembly.
From there, it will then go to the National Assembly.
Lapho ke izo usihlalo azoyithula khona ukuthi bese iyathathwa iapprove ngokomthetho ibe iact.
That is where the chairperson will table the said bill, and then it would then be enacted as an act.
So ngiyabonga kakhulu umphakathi walana ozile ngobuningi bawo wahlala isikhathi eside kangaka kwaze kwamanje.
So we are thankful for the community that came and spent quite a lot of time here with us.
I think na umphakathi ubonile ukuthi zonke i-input zabo zithathelwa phezulu ngoba ama department akhona la aphendulile, and futhi uhlala usasho ukuthi laba bezamanzi abekho kodwa ke kuzokhulunywa nabo nabo.
I believe the community also saw that their inputs were treated or taken with high regard, as the chair has also stated that those from Water Affairs are not here, but she will follow up with them.
Ekugcineni ngibonge istaff sonke sethu sibuye eParliament nabo laba ama interpreters, everyone nalabo bama photo nama camera, everything siyabonga nama security siyabonga kakhulu.
At the end of it all, we'd like to thank the entire staff from Parliament, be it from the committee secretaries, the media, as well as the interpreters. Thank you.
You have been thanked. It means we are coming to the end of our session.
Ngalokho ke kuchaza ukuthi ke sesifike emaphethelweni ohlelo lwethu.
And then I think seated as you are, somebody complained that he didn't see caterers earlier.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi kuye kwaba khona ke obeke isikhalo sokuthi akababonanga abaphethe amabhodwe khona lapha endaweni.
I think our staff, you can sit there, they will communicate with you how are we going to handle that item.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke ningaqhubeka nje nihlale kanje, abasebenzi beParliament bazawuxhumana nani ukuthi ke sibhekana kanjani naleso simo.
And can we stay put and allow our traditional leaders to first exit nicely? Chileka will usher them.
Besicela ke niqhubeke nihlale sidedele ubuholi bendabuko buphume kuqala, inkosazana le izobuhola.
I must say you have been very amazing.
Asisho ukuthi ke cha ningabantu ke abababazekayo kakhulu.
Thank you so much.
Siyabonga kakhulu.
And drive safely back home.
Engathi ke ningahamba kahle nokubuyela emakhaya.
Siyabonga.
Thank you.
The official will talk to you.
Abasebenzi ke bazonikeza indlela ukuthi nizokwenza njani ukusuka lapha.